Test, 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 test. Good morning. Welcome to our second day. As always, please make sure your cell phones are off or muted. And we're going to proceed to the induction of members, after which Patrick Spero will be giving us the CEO's report on the state of the society. So, Patrick.
Will Dr. Egbert W. Meyer please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Bert Meyer, Distinguished University Professor in the Molecular Sciences and Professor of Organic Chemistry at Eindhoven University of Technology and co-director of the Institute for Complex Molecular Systems. A veteran of industry working with polymer materials, Dr. Meyer is best known for his contributions to dendrimers, functional systems, and the development of supramolecular polymers. He is associate editor of the Journal of the American Chemical Society and a visiting professorial fellow at the University of New South Wales in Australia. Dr. Meyer was knighted a commander in the Order of the Netherlands and is an honorable member of the Royal Netherlands Academy of the Sciences, where Dr. Meyer was appointed Academy Professor.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Come over here, and we're going to Patrick to join us for the photo. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Will Dr. Diane K. Newman please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Diane Newman, Gordon M. Binder, an Amgen Professor of Biology and Geobiology at the California Institute of Technology, and the leader of the Ecology and Biosphere Engineering Initiative at the Resnick Sustainability Institute. Dr. Newman's research connects mechanistic studies of cellular processes with analysis of the microenvironments in which these processes occur. Dr. Newman is the recipient of the National Academy of Sciences Award in Molecular Biology and a MacArthur Fellow. She is also a Fellow of the American Academy of Microbiology, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a member of the National Academy of Sciences.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Wait here for the photo. Got it.
Will Jeffrey Rosen please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Jeffrey Rosen, CEO Emeritus of the National Constitution Center and Professor of Law at the George Washington University Law School. Jeffrey Rosen was a transformational leader, giving both vision and voice to the Constitution Center, establishing it as the national center for discussions of the Constitution and educating the American citizens about constitutional principles. Dr. Rosen is a respected journalist and best-selling author, serving as a contributing editor to The Atlantic and a frequent contributor to the New York Times Magazine, NPR, The New Republic, and The New Yorker. Dr. Rosen has been recognized for his journalism by the Chicago Tribune and the LA Times, and two of his books, The Pursuits of Happiness and Conversations with RBG, were New York Times bestsellers.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Got it.
Congratulations. Will Dr. Ian Shapiro please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Ian Shapiro, Sterling Professor of Political Science and Global Affairs at Yale University, where he has taught since 1984. He's also the former Henry R. Luce Director of the Macmillan Center for International and Area Studies at Yale. Dr. Shapiro's research focuses on democracy, justice, and methods of social inquiry. He's the author and co-author of numerous books, including Wolf at the Door, The Menace of Economic Insecurity and How to Fight It, and Responsible Parties, Saving Democracy from Itself. His forthcoming book, After the Fall, From the End of History to the Crisis of Democracy, How Politicians Broke Our World, explores the relations between democracy and the distribution of income, wealth, and risk.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Thank you. Will Dr. Bertrand Van Rumbeek please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Bertrand Van Rumbeek, Professor of American History and Civilization at Paris 8, as well as the Principal Investigator for the collaborative America 2026 project that has brought together French, American, and European scholars to recognize America's 250th anniversary. A specialist of colonial America, the American Revolution, and French-American relations in the 18th century, Dr. Van Rumbeek co-founded the Journal of Early American History and co-directs Brill's Early American History series. He has written numerous books, including 1776, which has just been published. Dr. Van Rumbeek has held board or council positions at the Omohundro Institute of Early American History and Culture, as well as the Early American Studies Association, and he's a Knight of the Order of the Palms.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Will Dr. Ernesto Zendillo please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Ernesto Zendillo, Frederick Eisman, 74, Director of the Yale Center for the Study of Globalization, Professor in the field of International Economics and Politics, and Professor Adjunct of Forestry and Environmental Studies at Yale University. In his early career, Dr. Zendillo served the Central Bank of Mexico, then the Government of Mexico, the first Undersecretary of Budget, then as Secretary of Education, and finally as President of Mexico from 1994 to 2000. Dr. Zendillo has continued to serve the public through his work with the World Bank Group, the International Commission on Nuclear Nonproliferation and Disarmament, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the High-Level Commission on Legal Empowerment of the Poor. He currently serves on the Global Development Program Advisory Panel of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. No, wait here.
Photograph. Yep. No. Photograph.
Wait, quick photo. Photo here, yes. There we go.
I tried. Will Dr. Jeffrey Parker please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Jeffrey Parker, Distinguished University Professor and Senior at The Ohio State University and Senior Fellow of the Mershon Center for International Security. Dr. Parker specializes in the social, political, and military history of Europe from 1500 to 1650, with a special focus on the Spanish Empire. He's the author or co-author of over 40 books, including The Military Revolution, Military Innovation and the Rise of the West, 1500 to 1800, which was awarded the Best Book Prize by the American Military Institute and the Society for the History of Technology. Dr. Parker has received the Royal Dutch Academy's Heineken Prize for History, is a Fellow of the British Academy and also of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Now we're going to come down here.
Nope.
Okay. And now Patrick will give us the State of the Union address.
Yeah. Well, I have to say I don't know how the State of the Union is beyond these halls, but I'm happy to say that I think the state of the society is as strong as it ever has been. And for those of you that are new, I've been giving a report on the society at the last few meetings, and in general, what I've done is kind of talked about the accomplishments that we've had in the previous year, and then spoken about what we hope to do in the upcoming year so that everybody was aware of all that we had going on and finding ways that they might be able to join us or participate in our programs and activities. But given that this is the anniversary of 1776, and I myself am a historian by training, I thought I might deviate from the script a bit and kind of talk a little bit about the society's founding, which, as you can see here, I describe as a revolutionary institution because I believe that the APS was really founded in the revolutionary moment for a very particular reason, one that I think Sir Paul Nurse got at in his talk yesterday when he talked about the importance of democracy and science and how the two are interwoven. So I want to talk a little bit about the society's founding and then maybe use that as a way to talk about assess how we're doing today and maybe what we want to do in the future. So I have to, first off, warn you all that I'm about to wade into one of the great controversies that has riled the American Philosophical Society for almost 2 centuries. And I also have to warn you that I am going to buck the company line. I'm going to deviate from our usual stance, our official policy, which means I don't know how this is going to go. This may be my last report on the society. But you all may not be aware, but one of the great debates of the society is when were we founded? Was it 1727 or was it 1743? Now, this was a major bone of contention throughout the 19th and even most of the 20th century. And the argument was this, that in 1727, a 21-year-old Benjamin Franklin founded something called the Junto. And the idea was that there would be, this was a group of self-improvement. There would be 12 members of the Junto that would meet regularly over dinner. They would talk about ideas. They would share the books that they had read, any new discoveries that they learned of. And the idea within the APS was that the American Philosophical Society was a natural evolution of the Junto. And so that 1727 really is the inspiration and the spark and the true founding for the Philosophical Society. Now, there's another argument that said, no, sure, there's a relationship between these two ideas, but, Franklin, this idea that Franklin had was not only, was it not unique, but there's many other institutions that could say the same things as the Philosophical Society. And the real founding of the APS is 1743, when Franklin wrote the proposal for promoting useful knowledge in the plantations of the British Empire. And that had its own separate rules, its own separate membership, its own separate operations. And so 1743 is the true founding of the Philosophical Society. Now, this was a major debate within the membership, so much so that in 1841, they did what the APS has been doing its entire history, formed a committee. For those of you that know about the APS, we have over 40 committees that govern our operations. So this committee met, it reviewed all the evidence, and conveniently, it determined that 1743 was the founding of the society. And I say conveniently because that meant that in 2 years, they could celebrate their 100th anniversary. So in 1843, there's a centennial celebration, and a historian of the society has noted that the transactions that came out as a result of this have several of the classics of American science in it. Now, the issue did not rest there, however, and so in the early 20th century, the debate had continued within the membership. The society decided to do, once again, what it always does. They've got to form a committee to finally resolve this debate. So you can see here, in 1910, they formed, and this is the official title, the Committee on the Date of the Foundation of the Society. So a little wordy, too, as you can see. They met for 4 years. And finally, in 1914, they thought they had settled the issue and declared that, in fact, 1927 was the founding. What did I say? Oh, 1727, sorry. So, and as you can see, they redid the seal with 1727 marked under the Nullo Discrimine sign. Once again, conveniently, that meant in a few years they could celebrate their bicentennial. Now, the issue, as you can see, was still not resolved. And in 1943, the society decided to celebrate its bicentennial again. And this created great confusion, including, and I don't know if Sir Paul is with us today, but the Royal Society sent us an incredible gift to mark our 200th anniversary in 1943. They sent us a locket of Isaac Newton's hair. And the president of the society, in his letter acknowledging this, this is what he wrote to describe the situation. He said, upon receiving it, there's an audience, so he wrote this. I explained to the audience the fact that we had not especially invited delegates to our bicentennial celebration this time, in view of the fact that a similar celebration had been held 16 years ago when delegates were present from many universities and learned societies. But the Royal Society, like a good mother, had remembered the birthday of a daughter, that's the Philosophical Society, and had sent representatives with this precious memento, which will be placed among our treasures. And then, finally, in 1948, the Council reestablished 1743 as the date. And as you can see on our seal today, it still resides there. Now, I don't want to confuse matters any further. I should also note that there may be some members in the audience that realize that at the members' business meeting, they could move to reestablish 1727 as the founding. We can have a 300th anniversary celebration next year, and in keeping with the society, we could do it again. So I don't want to confuse matters, and I don't think we need another committee, to be honest. But I do have a slightly alternative take on when the society's true founding happened. So 1720s, the junta was formed. That was certainly a separate institution. Clearly, the ideas embedded in it informed Franklin's thinking and others' thinking that informed the creation of the Philosophical Society. And in 1743, this is the proposal for promoting useful knowledge among the British plantations of America. And this is the document that still guides the society today. But the truth is, this was an idea ahead of its time. Historians, including historians of the Philosophical Society itself, have acknowledged that even though there may have been a few members elected in 1743, there may have been a few initial meetings, really, the institution had gone moribund. It had not met regularly, soon after this proposal was put together. So it was an idea that had not yet realized its potential. In fact, in the 1750s, there was a group, rising generations of Philadelphians who were aware of the junto, were aware of this proposal for promoting useful knowledge, and realized that since these institutions weren't meeting anymore, but were useful to society, they should form the institutions anew. And so in the 1750s, there was a group called the Young Junto that met in Philadelphia, and among its members were William Franklin, Benjamin Franklin's son. And that group decided in 1766 to create something called the American Society for Promoting Useful Knowledge, which, as you can see, is referencing directly our founding document, a proposal for promoting useful knowledge. Now, this really raised the ire of the living members of the old American Philosophical Society. They said, who are these young upstarts trying to steal our idea? So the APS really was reawoken and started to meet again and elect members. And in fact, for several years, there were two institutions that claimed to be the learned society representing the British colonies in the 1760s. They were electing members. The American Society had around 80 members. The Philosophical Society had around 90. And eventually, in 1768, these two institutions said, this is silly. We should not be competing against each other. We need to unite and serve our common mission together. We'd be more powerful together than we would be separated. And I don't think it's a mistake that this happened in 1768. This is a moment in the coming of the American Revolution where colonists were really, for the first time, starting to think about bonds across colonies, thinking about the colonies not as separate political bodies that were at odds with each other, but colonies that shared common interest and that they were stronger together rather than separated. So I don't think it's a mistake that in 1768, during the first non-importation movements, the first time that institutions were being created north to south rather than thinking about east to west to Great Britain, that these two institutions decided to come together and form the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia, for promoting useful knowledge. And in fact, if you want to know how he got that title, which is also a mouthful, it was a negotiated compromise between these two institutions. They wanted to be on perfect equality, so in the first half you have the American Philosophical Society, which references that older institution, for promoting useful knowledge, which takes the title from the 1766 institution. So that's the origins of our title. And my position, my view, is that in fact the institution that we embody today is the living legacy of the 1768 merger, even though our inspiration comes from that original document in 1743 that you can see up on the screen. And it's no mistake, I think, that that document that you see on our screen, the only extant version of the proposal that we have, is a reprint of the 1743 document. That is actually a document that was printed in 1768 so that we could remember our founding principles when we reformed in 1768. So what were some of the things that the Society did at its early founding? It's clear that the Society was a pillar of the Republic. So almost immediately after it was this merger happened in 1768, this new invigorated body decided to invest directly in American science. The transit of Venus was a major scientific phenomenon that was happening. It had taken the imagination of scientists around the globe, and especially in Europe. In fact, the Royal Society had sent James Cook to the South Pacific to try and observe the transit of Venus. So the Philosophical Society funded an observatory to be built outside Independence Hall, provided support to David Rittenhouse to observe the transit of Venus, and they successfully observed the transit of Venus. And it's thought that Rittenhouse may have had the first successful observation, which led the astronomer Royal to make this comment about this event. It was striking that the first accurate results in the measurement of the spheres given to the world were not made by the schooled and salary astronomers who watch from the magnificent observatories of Europe, but by the unaided amateurs and devotees to science in the youthful province of Pennsylvania. So you get a sense of that, the tension existing between. But also, what that did, this was a major moment in the history of American science. It showed that American scientists could compete on par with the best in the world. And it was the Philosophical Society that had invested in this moment, and it was displayed in their transactions, which were published in 1771, which showcased Rittenhouse's work and really captured the imagination of Europeans. The Society continued to lay its foundation in the early Republic. In 1785, we were gifted the ground upon which Philosophical Hall today resides. And I think it's no mistake that the government gave this learned institution such a prominent position next to the halls of power. To Sir Paul Nurse's comment yesterday, I think the founders realized how important science and democracy were together, how important it would be to have this institution of learning sitting right next to the halls of power so that knowledge could help inform the Republic and help lay a key pillar to the foundations of the Republic. In the 1790s, the APS created something called premiums, which were grants that were issued to address key societal issues and problems. From 1789 to 1799, the APS was Thomas Jefferson's intellectual home. As many of you probably know, Jefferson served in the Washington administration and in the Adams administration, but these were administrations in which he had a strong disagreement, and it's thought that he spent more time at the APS than he did in his political roles. Jefferson, as you can see here, made many presentations. He presented the Megalonyx, which you can see here the artifacts that he had. He undertook an expedition with James Madison to explore an invasive species called the Hessian fly. He wrote the first collecting policy for the APS's library, really helping establish the library's direction. and vision. And of course, he served as the Society's president for 14 years while he was vice president of the United States and president of the United States. And finally, Philosophical Hall was home to Peale's museum. This was the first successful museum in the United States of America. And Peale's museum had two purposes. The first was he wanted to display all of the natural history in America. He wanted to display all the flora and fauna that was being discovered in the United States, because he wanted Americans to realize the environment that they were inhabiting in the United States. The second thing he wanted to do was display portraits of key figures in American history. Really, the idea was he wanted to teach Americans about this new country, and he realized that to do so, it was both science and humanities together, really embracing that motto that we still do at the Philosophical Society, nullo discrimine. We believe all knowledge can be useful and should be supported. So when I think about our founding, these are some of the key principles that I think infused it. First, that the society was to pursue and recognize excellence in research. That it was going to be a center for the exchange of ideas across borders and around the globe. In fact, the early membership, 80% of the members came from outside of Philadelphia, and about a third of the members were international members, with the idea that the society would be the center for correspondence that people would share knowledge with, and then they would share that with the rest of the world. The society supported promising new research. It invested in a transcontinental expedition called the Michaud Expedition, and then was the place that Meriwether Lewis visited before he undertook his expedition in 1803. It also invested in the first successful excavation of the mastodon, done by Charles Willson Peale in 1801. That fossil was brought to the Philosophical Society and displayed in Philosophical Hall itself. The society supported innovation in both science and the humanities. You can see here one of the premiums it issued was asking Americans to design a more efficient stove, one that could be both more efficient and also produce less pollution. And here is some of the submissions we received. The society also issued a premium, asking Americans to design an educational system that would best support this new democratic republic. Because the society, like other founders, realized that an educated citizenry was the best support for a democracy. And finally, all of this together, the society saw that its primary mission, the advancement of knowledge, was going to serve the public interest. So how are we doing today? I believe these principles are still embedded in who we are. We continue to be a center for exchange. We are seeing that in person during these 3 days of an incredible dialogue across disciplines, across continents. We have 2 APS meetings every year in April and November, and one of our objectives is to expand our meetings beyond just Philadelphia. Last November, we had a meeting in La Jolla. We would love to make this a permanent part of what the society does. But we recognize the importance for the society to be a national and international institution. So we are traveling around the country, around the globe, to have small gathering of members, of alumni, of interesting scholars and researchers and general citizens, to have conversations, small conversations talking big ideas. And we're doing these with the Wistar parties. And you can see some of the places that we've had these Wistar parties. And if you're interested in hosting a Wistar party, by all means, grab my ear. We'd love to have more Wistar parties around the globe, and I can talk more about those. We're doing a program called Revolutionary Scientists that is putting APS members in conversation with the accomplishments of past APS members. We had our first one in Tucson, Arizona, and you can see that on that slide there. We had 165 people come out to Tucson to hear our APS member, Alejandro de Avila, a leading botanist based in Oaxaca, reflect upon the contributions of William Bartram, an APS member based here in Philadelphia. We also do public events throughout the year and scholarly programs throughout the year here in Philadelphia. In fact, what I'd like to say, for those of you that don't live here, throughout the year, the APS embodies the spirit of the meetings in everything we do. If you were to come and visit the society on any day of the week, you'll probably be able to come to a brown bag in which we have a fellow presenting, or a lunch at the library for adult learners, or a public lecture at night. So we are trying to embody the spirit of the society every single day here in Philadelphia. And finally, we really want to have more special convenings focused on key issues on a regular basis. We just had one in Hong Kong, We're going to have one in July in collaboration with the Royal Society. I believe when you've registered, you saw the program. It's on 2 sides. Make sure you see the full program. This is a conference that's inspired by some other events that happened in 1776. 1776, of course, is when the Declaration was written, but it's also when Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, and it's also when Edward Gibbon wrote The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. So this convening will explore not the past, but it will use these events to talk about the future of geopolitics inspired by Gibbon's work, the future of the global economy inspired by Smith's work, the future of democracy inspired by the Declaration, and inspired by Benjamin Franklin, a member that both institutions share, the future of science. And we're going to be meeting from July 13th to the 14th, and then there'll be 3 days for those that want to stay for experiential travel on top of that. So I hope you all will consider joining us. We've had over 70 members already RSVP for that. We continue to support research. We provide over 300 research grants a year. 50 of those come here to the Philosophical Society, some of whom are year-long fellows and residents here, but 250 go out around the globe. And we embrace that motto, nulla discriminae. As you can see in this graph here, we support research from anthropology to women's studies and zoology. I should end on Z, right? These scholars travel around the globe. We've funded research on all 7 continents of the globe. But as you know, as research funding is declining, the demand for our support is only growing. And you can see this graph here. This is the Lewis and Clark Fund, which supports field work in all disciplines to early career scholars. We've been averaging around 400 applications for several years. We usually award about 100 grants a year. This last year, we received almost 800 applications. So as we look ahead, we know that we need to provide more research support. We need to provide more research support in the way that we already do, but we also have to expand the type of research support that we give. We give small grants, $5,000, $6,000 grants. We want to be able to provide larger grants for longer terms to scholars. And we also need to evolve to make sure that we're funding research in new fields, in emerging fields of knowledge. And this is a key priority for the Society going forward. The Society has always evolved, and we need to continue to evolve with knowledge. We continue to innovate, and I could talk for hours about innovation, but I just want to highlight a few of the ways in which I think we've innovated, particularly with our library, but it's not just in the library. In 2014, we founded the Center for Native American and Indigenous Research. This is a pioneering research center. What the Society realized is we have one of the largest collections of endangered languages in the United States. We have material that relates to over 650 different Native American communities. For years, we've been collecting this material and providing research support primarily to scholars, anthropologists, and linguists. But what we realized is that many Native communities could use this material to help reawaken dormant languages or revive lost cultural practices. So we created a center to build partnerships with Native communities and digitally repatriate this material so that they can use it as they need it. And today we have partnerships with over 60 Native American communities. And it is thought of as a pioneering institute in which we often provide consultative services to others trying to create similar programs at their institutions. In 2017, we created the Center for Digital Scholarship with the idea with this incredible collection, we need to digitize our materials to make them accessible to the world, but we need to do more than that. We need to show how these materials can be used with new technologies and softwares. And so you can see one of our signature projects here. For 2026, the Society spearheaded a project called The Revolutionary City that brought together archives in the Philadelphia region to digitize materials that relate to the revolution in Philadelphia and create a unified repository of all of these collections. And today, it has almost 60,000 pages of manuscripts in it from over 12 different archives. And we just received a grant to have a mobile digitization lab travel around to small archives and private collectors who don't have the resources to digitize materials and digitize them. And on top of that, in-house, we created an AI tool that allows us to transcribe 18th century handwriting and turn it into text. As you probably know, I have 3 kids, 16 is the oldest. They are not learning cursive. And what that means is that for a rising generation, the future of history may be inaccessible. They may not be able to read 18th, 19th, even 20th century handwriting. So in-house, we have developed a tool that is 96% accurate with 18th century transcriptions, and I'm happy to talk more about that during the intermissions. And we also created in 2019 the David Center for the American Revolution. And today, as we think about where we need to go next, our library has an incredible collection in the history of science. 50% of our collection relates to the history of science. It begins with Newton and it goes all the way up to the present day. We have the papers of 7 Nobel laureates. And as we think about our collection, this area that is so vital to who we are needs a center as well, a center to help steward this collection, to help promote research in it, and to help promote and advocate for the importance of science and the importance of science to American history over time. So that is our primary objective going forward. And then reaching the public. The Society does that in a variety of ways. We continue to serve the public interest. Our APS press in the last few years has gone through an incredible revival, and we see the press as a center for conversation starters. And you can see here some of our forthcoming books. Bob Peck, APS member, a world-renowned global explorer, is publishing Travels on the Edge. APS member Emeritus Small is publishing How We Think, the Hidden Life of Everyday Ideas. And these books have, as we've invested in our press, these books have been getting more and more attention. Reviews in the Wall Street Journal, awards, reviews in the New York Review of Books, and the like. And so our press is going to be a key part of the conversations the APS can help start around the country and around the globe. And I invite all of you, if you're interested in seeing the APS as one of your homes, to talk to Kim Gwinta about how we may be able to work with you. We are investing in our communications infrastructure, in our ability to use digital media and new media to promote the work that we do here at the Society, so that the knowledge that we all hear and share while we're here in Philadelphia reaches a much wider audience. And finally, our museum is perhaps our greatest public face and continues to work in that same spirit as Charles Wilson Peale. We've done exhibits on women in science to showcase the pioneering women scientists whose papers we have at Philosophical Society. We've done exhibits on Native American history and culture. And as you can see, we've mounted an incredible exhibit that talks about the importance of the Declaration of Independence to American society. So I believe we're continuing to serve that original founding mission. I believe that mission is just as important today, maybe even more so than ever. So I always get asked, how do we do it? And that's through the support of all of you. I should have noted that Benjamin Franklin financed the construction of Philosophical Hall. And it's in that same spirit that we continue to support the work of the Society. And last year, we had an incredible year, and I want to thank all of you who contributed to our annual funds, who made planned gifts or made other contributions. We had some really remarkable gifts. The Dietrich Foundation provided over $1 million to support the physical infrastructure of the Society. We have 4 buildings, all of which are aging and need an incredible amount of care. The work you see seeing on the exterior was financed in part by the Dietrich Foundation and by the contributions of several members on top of that. We received our first endowment gift for the museum. The museum is the only piece of the Society that has no endowment support underneath it. That's why the annual fund is so important, because that unrestricted support helps us operate this very important public face of the Society. And one of the objectives going forward is to create a greater foundation for this key part of the Society's mission. And then we received several special planned gifts from APS members, from friends, and also from former Grant and Fellowship alumni. And our annual fund reached an all-time high, an increase of almost 40% to $1.45 million. So thank you all for your support, and I look forward to an incredible 2026 with you all. Thank you.
After that stirring address, I think we all need to take a deep breath. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Nina Jablonski. I have the joy of being one of the vice presidents of the American Philosophical Society. This morning, we are going to build upon this rich legacy of history that really provides the foundation for this whole meeting. And we're going to focus a special attention on the unique scaffolding provided by the Declaration of Independence. I hope you haven't eaten too much, because this is going to be a very, very rich morning. And we're going to feature this morning people who are going to speak to what the Declaration of Independence has meant to American society. The Declaration has been used through history as a mirror to examine how the American people have done, how the American experiment has fared. And so we see, especially in the three latter talks of this morning's session, three very noted American historians talk about how we did compared to what we wrote. But we're going to start out this morning thinking about the founder, one of our founders, Thomas Jefferson, and we're going to turn to Professor Annette Gordon-Reed, who is going to talk about really the formulation of the Declaration of Independence. APS member Annette Gordon-Reed is the Carl Loeb University professor and professor of history at Harvard. Professor Gordon-Reed is an award-winning author and a noted scholar on Thomas Jefferson, paying particular attention to his relationship with Sally Hemings and her children. Her groundbreaking book on the Hemings family, The Hemingses of Monticello, An American Family, earned Professor Gordon-Reed a Pulitzer Prize and the National Book Award for nonfiction. She was an integral part of the movement to make Juneteenth a national holiday, and her 2021 book, On Juneteenth, weaves personal anecdotes with historic facts to highlight the integral role African Americans played in the development of Texas, as well as the disparities between the words in the Declaration of Independence and the realities of life for Black Texans. Her most recent book is an edited compilation on Jefferson's writings on race, and I commend it strongly to you. Professor Gordon-Reed's talk today is titled Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration. Please join me in welcoming Annette Gordon-Reed.
Good morning, and thank you very much for that introduction. I have a cold, so we'll see how this goes. Teaching yesterday, I went through various periods of coughing fits and being lucid, but I think I'll be better this morning. Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration. If you've been to Monticello, and I'm sure many of you have, if you go to the grave site, Jefferson's grave site, he has on his headstone what he thought were his important contributions. The author of the American Declaration of Independence, Virginia Statute of Religious Freedom, and founder of the University of Virginia. And a person who accomplished a lot. He was President of the United States, did Secretary of State, Vice President, did many other things. These three things were, he thought, his signal achievements in life. And they fit very much with his image of himself. He considered himself to be a man of the Enlightenment. And that's one of the more interesting things about him, one of the things that I found interesting about him is how this person in the middle of Virginia in the 18th century came to view himself as a part of a vanguard, an emerging generation of people who were going to change the world. Now, at the time, as a young man, he wasn't thinking of changing the world by taking the American colonies out of the British Empire. He was thinking about changing the culture of the world and using books, the books that he read, gave him entree into a world that he thought would be changing and progressing and getting better and better as a man of the Enlightenment. When he goes to the University of Virginia, he falls in with professors there who are devotees of the Enlightenment. He spends more time with them than his cohort, and this further cements his notion of being part of a new generation of people who are going to change the world. The revolutionary conflict, the conflict of the British Empire, gave him an opportunity to pursue this in a particular way. I mean, he happened to be in the right place. He had loved the British Empire. Like the rest of the colonists, he had no initial idea that they were going to break away from the empire, and that he would be one of the architects of how they did that through writing the Declaration. But as time went by, it became more apparent to him that this was an opportunity to do something, and to do something new in the world. He was chosen to write the Declaration as part of the Committee of Five, the story that people tell about Adams suggesting that he was the best writer, and so that's why he should write it, because he had written the Summary Review of the Rights of British America a couple of years before, a pamphlet describing what he thought were the view of rights of British America, and it was seen as very eloquent and passionate, and that he was the person suited to doing this. So he goes off to write in Philadelphia, while they're there in Philadelphia, and to compose this document while he is there with his valet, Robert Hemings, who was the half-brother of his wife, the enslaved half-brother of his wife, as his attendant. Robert is about 14 years old at the time. And so he's writing the Declaration, and he says these famous words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, and that all men are created equal." And the thing that people note about that, of course, is you could see it in his living situation, the irony of that he is there with an enslaved person. What about the equality of that individual? Now, there have always been inequalities in the world, but chattel slavery was something on another order of things. And so the idea of him writing that while he was in this circumstance has always intrigued people. In fact, that's how I became interested in Jefferson as a child, reading a child's biography of him and noting that he had written the Declaration of Independence, but the backdrop of the story was talking about his life growing up in Virginia on a slave plantation. And that struck me even as in elementary school. What's that about? Now, how's that possible that he could write that and then at the same time be in this other position? And over the course of his life, he owned over 600 people. And how could you reconcile this? And so people at first, I mean, even at the very beginning, questioned that. People who knew that equality could not be literal here, that everybody is going to be treated exactly the same. And the charge of hypocrisy stung there from the very beginning, was a part of it from the very, very beginning. And that's how people see him very often, through the prism of this hypocrisy, to say, how could he write this and at the same time live the way he lived? But at the same time, it's pretty clear, I think, that he was talking about equality in a different way. Not that everybody had equal talents, but that people had equal worth. Still doesn't answer the question, because if they have equal worth, why are they not free? The other part of the Enlightenment, and we see it through his life and through others' writings as well, is that the Enlightenment had put forth the notion of progress. And the idea is that society would get better and better. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, the arc of justice bends, history bends towards justice, and it sort of makes it sound as if that is something that's going to happen inevitably. And he seemed to think that as well. The kind of optimism that people associate with Jefferson and all men are created equal in the sense of aspiration grew out of this idea that he really did think that people were basically good and that eventually everybody would come around to the right answer to this question, and that it would be almost a scientific project. That's why he, involved with the American Philosophical Society. One of the things I find interesting about it, just as an aside, is that they wouldn't let him resign. He was president of it, and he kept wanting to get out of it, and they, no, and he keeps on until finally he has to say, I have to leave this. But science was the template from which he viewed the world. And so he would see the Declaration as not a scientific thing, but basically on the order of the notion of progress, that this was an example of progress. The American colonies would create something that would be new in the world, and it would apply around the world. He's in France at some point, not long after this, during the 1780s, as the ambassador to France, and he watches as France moves towards revolution, and he works with Lafayette on the Declaration of Rights, a man there in Paris. So he sees this as a part of an unfolding thing, and this was, so when he's an older person thinking about what he wanted to be remembered for, his legacy, he saw all of these, his taking place and all of these things as part of that process of bringing the Enlightenment, or being a part of the Enlightenment for the New World. So at the same time that he's writing this and their charges of hypocrisy, they are saying, this person has died, this person has died. And his answer was kind of, well, almost like you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet, kind of response to things, that this was necessary. Lots of people had died before. Peasants had died. People had died because of inequality. People had died because of the excesses of the French royalty. So why are you more concerned about these deaths than those deaths? That was his answer. Eventually he came around to understanding that they'd gone a bit too far. But the people who saw him as a Jacobin, that's what they called him, because of the reputation he got from writing the Declaration, once it became known that he'd written it, the first draft of it, we should say, because now it's fashionable to say he's the primary drafter of the Declaration of Independence. He claims authorship the way writers like to claim when they have the first draft of something, that's theirs, right? And he sees the Congress as having butchered it, essentially, afterwards. Very much pride of authorship. But once people, see that, once they learn that he's written this, there are people who admire him for it, and then there are people, as I said, who saw him as dangerous because of it. A group of the people who admired him for it would be people who were marginalized in society. And in fact, from the time the Declaration is announced, African American people began to address Jefferson on this point. They mention him they mention the Declaration in petitions, freedom petitions, and also freedom suits that people filed. Benjamin Banneker very famously writes to Jefferson, who's Secretary of State, and quotes Jefferson's words back to him, but also is very critical of the fact that Jefferson has done nothing about the institution of slavery, because he sees that as a real contradiction. So there's these swirling things around Jefferson in ways that you didn't, well, except for the Jay Treaty, when people get a little bit mad at Washington, people always, Washington is a figure that was more universally beloved. Jefferson was always much more controversial than Washington was. And because of the Declaration, people who supported them and also people who found that frightening. He saw himself and saw this as I said, a part of the process of going forward. Benjamin Banneker writes to him, and he writes back to Banneker, and in this notion, in this tendency, I should say, to appear aspirational and optimistic, he's very complimentary of Banneker, and he says at the end, he signs off, "I am your obedient, humble servant," which also gets him into trouble, because people say, wait a minute, and again, you're coupling this with the Declaration, you are leveling, you're saying that this person who is African American, they wouldn't have said that term, this black person, you are putting yourself on par with this individual by using this valediction. And so people began to ridicule him, and one person says, you actually believe this person wrote this almanac, because I should have said, Banneker also sends him a copy of an almanac that he's written, and as proof of his accomplishments and so forth. And Jefferson critics say, you actually believe that he wrote that? And he begins to waver. He writes a letter some years later saying, well, it's possible that maybe somebody else helped him with these calculations. So he's always torn between this aspirational notion and saying he wants to believe that there will be progress, but he's also very much a part of his community. And when his community, members of his community criticize him for seeming to be on the side of African American people, then he pulls back from it. And so one of the things I always tell my students and try to drive home to them is that people have ideas and beliefs, but they live within a community. They have neighbors, they have family members, they have people who influence how they do the things that might be considered forward thinking, might be seen outside of the box. And I think on the question of race, that was Jefferson's problem, is that he was very much a part of the Virginia gentry. He cared what his neighbors thought. They were the people who gave him his political power. And so even though he has this reputation, had a reputation as this forward-thinking person, and he wanted to be thought of that way, he understood that he was part of a community that lived on the institution of slavery. One of the things that is not in the Declaration that I wish had been kept in the Declaration was the language that Jefferson put in about the king and the slave trade. Now, historians over the past, I would say 40 or 50 years have sort of made fun of the part of the Declaration that's excised, that holds the king responsible for the slave trade. There's a lot of scholarship coming out now. Holly Brewer is one historian who's writing about this, to say that he was right about that, to talk about the way the British Crown promoted the institution of slavery, even when some members of the colony wanted to stop the slave trade. A lot of it had to do with there were too many blacks coming in, but there were also people who thought that it was wrong. So the language he puts in that's taken out refers to African American people. First, I keep saying African American people, they are Africans at this point, refers to them as men, that the king has violated the sacred human rights of men. He also refers to them as people, a distant people, albeit a distant people, but there's no question that he is saying that Africans are people, that they are men, human beings, and their rights are being violated. That is taken out because of the South Carolinians and others in the deep South who don't want any kind of criticism of the institution of slavery. And I think that language had remained, the Declaration's power as a document to be used for marginalized people. Remember I said that African Americans used it to say, if these words are true, this is who we're supposed to be. We created an American identity with these words, and now you have to live up to it, as was mentioned before, that this is the standard by which we judge whether or not Americans have lived up to the ideals of their founding. So, you know, if these words had been there that actually referred to people as men, Africans as men, and people, I think it would have been even more powerful as a document. Throughout the years, Banneker does it privately, but throughout the years, African Americans have used the Declaration and used Jefferson as a way of making a place for themselves in the American society by saying that you live up to these founding ideals. Women have done the same thing in the 1840s. Women, the Declaration of Sentiments, all men and women are created equal. Immigrants, members of the LGBT community, every group of people who wants to make a place for themselves in this country have used the words of the Declaration, Jefferson's words, to claim Americanness. Now, Jefferson understood that the document primarily was a way of breaking away and announcing to the world that the United States, that the colonies were going to become the United States and that they were leaving the British Empire. But he understood how the Declaration was used over the years and what it meant. When he is about to die in June in 1826, they're approaching the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. He writes a letter, and usually it's referred to as his last letter. It's not really his last letter. His last letter was about a shipment of wine. But the one before then, the more substantive, well, I guess wine letter is substantive too, but the more politically substantive one was a letter to Roger Waitman. He had been invited to a celebration of the 50th anniversary, and he was saying that he would not be able to attend because he was too ill. And he begins to talk about the Declaration, and he says that, well, essentially it applied to the few at first, and one day it would apply to everybody. I mean, he understood. I mean, it's very common now for historians to say, well, the Declaration is a diplomatic document. It had nothing to do with these universal themes and so forth. It was really trying to tell other countries that we were leaving, and do you want to support us? It was for France, essentially. That's what it's written for. But it meant something more than that. And it came to mean something more than that. And by the end of his life, Jefferson knew that because of letters like he'd gotten from Banneker, he'd gotten from other people. One of the book that was referred to before, I've compiled, his correspondence and his dealings with African American people and Native American people, because race is a part of that as well. He had gotten letters from people that told him what this meant, that it meant it was more than just a diplomatic document. It was a statement of aspiration and about American character and American identity and what America wanted for the future. And so he says, one day it applies to few, one day it would apply to all. And from that, he understood, and I think that was a reason, one of the reasons, many reasons, that he wanted that on his headstone, that he had created, to help to create a legacy where the world could go forward. He knew that he was not capable of ending slavery in his own personal life, and when I say not capable, not constitutionally, not emotionally capable of doing it, it was too much, it bounded too much of his life. He knew it was wrong, but he was not willing to do and was not able, and he could have, but I mean, it's the difference between can and may. He did not want to do anything about it because it would have destroyed his way of life. And so we can fault him for that, but he understood that it was wrong, but he also thought that future generations would do something about it. He had used the Declaration to help create a new country. Succeeding generations, as the Enlightenment suggested, would go forward and take the next step. We know how that happened, the tragedy that befell the country, the war, 500,000 people died. It would take that, but he knew eventually that day would come. Thank you. Oh, yes, I forgot about questions. Oh, that's
Yeah.
the best part.
Yeah, we have time for a few short questions. There we go, right in the audience. There.
Roger Myerson from the University of Chicago, and the Chicago part's important because I want to ask you one question about, as you've laid out, Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. It reads like beautiful hypocrisy. Yes, he says the right words, they're important words, but he did nothing. But I think there's one point where I want to ask you, did he really do something in your expertise? He was the chair. He was in France when the Northwest Ordinance was passed. But he was the first chair of the committee that wrote the document, and he insisted that the abolition of slavery in the Northwest Ordinance in the Northwest Territories be part of the ordinance. Was this a true contribution that Thomas Jefferson made towards the restriction of slavery in the United States history?
Oh, absolutely. It was the Northwest Ordinance. They end up rewriting it and doing their own, but they kept that part that kept slavery out of the Northwest Territory. That was a contribution, pushing for the early signing of a ban on the slave trade in 1808 as soon as that was possible. I think that was a contribution to it. Yeah, oh, definitely. But I think the main thing, well, I don't want to say the main thing, but an important thing as well was the aspirational aspect of the Declaration that people have been using all the way up until Martin Luther King, all the way up until today, is an important contribution.
Yes.
David Tatel, Castleton, Virginia. That was a fascinating talk, thank you. I was quite intrigued with your point about the language that Jefferson had written into the Declaration but then took out. Two questions about that. Did he take it out because he knew the South Carolinians would object, or was it in there and they objected?
They objected. They took it out. He didn't take it out.
And what would have happened if he had insisted? Would we have had a Declaration of Independence?
Probably not. I mean, it depends on how hardcore the South Carolinians would have been, and they were pretty hardcore, as we know.
Right. Well, given that, what do you think about his giving in to the South Carolinians? Do you think, you said you wished he had kept it in, but it sounds to me like you think that historically wouldn't have been practical.
Well, maybe they should have
So
gone.
what's your bottom line about that?
Well, the bottom line is maybe they could have gone off on their own and left themselves to the tender mercies of the British Empire. Let them go. I mean, Horace Greeley, let the errant sisters go. Is that what he said? Yeah, I think they might have, yeah, they could, I guess, stood alone, perhaps here, but at least he could have fought for it in a way. But I'm just saying, if they had left it in, it wouldn't have ended slavery. It was, do you know what I mean? They could have still continued the way they went on. It's just they didn't want any kind of language at all that seemed to criticize slavery. And giving into that is, as we've done over the years in many other guises, has been a problem. But I think you're right. They might have walked, but if they did, if the rest of them hung together, that might have been okay.
Do we have any? Yes, go ahead.
Where? Here?
Right in front.
Right here? No, I can't.
No, back there.
Oh,
Back there. Getting a workout.
Hello, I'm Brooke Manville. Professor Gordon-Reed, that was wonderfully nuanced and very persuasive. I'm wondering, just a personal reflection on your part, as a black woman, how have you navigated, the pressure from often the extreme left to tear down the statues and not even teach the Declaration because, you can fill in the blank about all of that. How have you had to weather that kind of confrontation, if I may?
Well, the extreme left, I have to say the extreme left loves the Declaration. I mean, if you remember a couple of years ago with the controversy over the 1619 Project and Gordon Wood and all of these people end up in the World Socialist Daily website because the socialists love the Declaration, right? So the extreme left doesn't mind teaching the Declaration. They may have a problem with Jefferson, thinking that Jefferson is, well, I don't know, even they like him in some ways, but the slavery part is an issue. How do I deal with it? I don't really pay a lot of attention to extreme left or right, middle, whatever, what other people think. I've had my husband will say, I have kind of blinders about things sometimes. If I have it in my mind that I want to do something, I just tend to do it. And I haven't really, I have to say, I haven't felt a lot of pressure from people, but I do know it's out there, and not necessarily the extreme left, just people who have qualms about the founding generation or focusing on that, although I think that's kind of turning around now in people. It's because as long as it's not worshiping, I think people understand that it's not about worshiping anybody. I talk about Jefferson's faults all the time. And I know Jefferson's faults because I've studied him quite a bit, and I know what they are. I think as long as I feel that, if I'm maintaining a sense of being truthful about things, and that it's not about hero worship, it's about telling the story as clearly as possible, then I really just don't pay attention to it. It's an elaborate way of saying I don't pay a lot of attention to things.
Great. Thank you. That's great. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
A wonderful ending to an excellent lecture. Professor Gordon-Reed referred to the Declaration of Sentiments, and that's where we're going to turn now with Professor Laurie Ginzberg. Laurie is Professor Emeritus of History and of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Penn State University, my intellectual home. Dr. Ginzberg is an historian of 19th century American women, paying particular attention to the intersections of intellectual and social history. The recipient of numerous prestigious fellowships, including a Guggenheim Fellowship, she's the author of 5 books exploring such topics as the life of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, women's rights in antebellum America, and women's influence upon the emergence of a middle-class political culture in the United States. Her most recent book, Tangled Journeys, One Family's Story and the Making of America, explores the complex dynamics of multiracial families born out of slavery, and as she emphasized to me this morning, is a very Philadelphia story. Throughout her work, Dr. Ginzberg examines women's social standing, their political identities, and the influence of daily life on radical new ideas. Let us hear from Laurie Ginzberg. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that introduction. Many of you here, I expect, know a bit about Elizabeth Cady Stanton, the leading activist intellectual of the 19th century movement for women's rights, including the right to vote. At a minimum, if you've glanced at the little boxes that pepper US history textbooks, you probably associate her with the Declaration of Sentiments for the Seneca Falls Convention of 1848, which lay out many of the goals of the women's movement that would fully emerge, after the Civil War. By echoing the Declaration of Independence, Stanton grounded her most radical claims for women's equal rights, as well as offering a model for future advocates of many causes, firmly in the nation's liberal traditions. Given the widespread assumption that white women's membership in and duty toward the nation lay in marriage and religion, this was shocking and on many levels, and much clutching of pearls by male editors and politicians ensued. I've written a biography and spoken widely about Stanton, and I am openly critical of her particular sense of entitlement, of her elitism and racism, and of her assumption about which women's rights matter most. But before I get to that, and I will, it is worth remembering how extraordinary the Declaration of Sentiments was. Modeled explicitly and pointedly on the Declaration of Independence, it asserted all men and women are created equal, and held mankind responsible for women's exclusion from the nation's revolutionary promise. While the vote has come to be seen as the Declaration's central demand, the Declaration itself listed numerous repeated injuries and usurpations, this should sound familiar, on the part of man toward woman, the laws of marriage that, quote, compelled her to promise obedience to her husband, denied her property, and in cases of divorce, her children, the restriction against women entering all the profitable employments, religious teachings that silenced her, social norms that created a double standard of morality, and a society that sought, quote, to destroy her confidence in her own powers. The revolution had left unfinished business. The pursuit of happiness itself had been denied to women. Like Stanton herself, the Declaration of Sentiments that the convention adopted was stunning. But commemoration, which I want to distinguish carefully from celebration, requires that we move beyond inspiration and beyond the conviction or the wish that our political and intellectual inheritance is defined by progress and inclusion. I've read and taught the President's Advisory 1776 Commission report that urges us to learn a history that is, quote, accurate, honest, unifying, inspiring, and ennobling. One that underscores that America is an exemplary nation, that has transcended its, quote, missteps, errors, contradictions, and wrongs. I've also read accounts of the Secretary of Education's History Rocks tour of schools, whose contribution to history education seems mostly to be to get students to applaud. But our nation's history, like anyone else's, is more complicated than that. Stanton's Declaration of Sentiments did more than merely echo or honor the Declaration of Independence. She drew upon its and her own revolutionary heritage to establish herself and women like her as especially deserving of its promises. Like many of the attacks against history today, this sense of national belonging held seeds of exclusion and entitlement that have been impossible to fully shake. Elizabeth Cady was born in Johnstown, New York, to a conservative, slave-owning family that held conventional ideas about women's place. Her experience of both privilege and exclusion, sustained by her own deep sense of revolutionary heritage, shaped her thinking. Decades later, she recalled that when she was 11 years old, she sought to comfort her father for the loss of his son. Judge Daniel Cady sighed that he wished she had been a boy. And although she received the best female education available to girls at Emma Willard's Troy Female Seminary, she fumed that she had been consigned to something merely fashionable. Stanton wished desperately for her father's approval of her intellect and her ambition, and certainly that sense of insult drove her analysis of women's rights. But she and her outrage were also fueled by her connection to the nation's founders and by her mother's pride in her own father's revolutionary heroism. Indeed, if Stanton had been able to Google her mother, as I have, she would have been gratified and unembarrassed to find Margaret Livingston Cady on a website called American Aristocracy. The young Elizabeth turned her resentments into a broad and sweeping battle against women's exclusion from the educational, legal, and political rights of men. Not one of us in this room can imagine our lives without the transformation she helped bring about. Indeed, we would all surely agree with Stanton when she later declared, "This sounds like a very radical proposition now, but be sure that someday in the future, Americans will ask how these things could ever have been done otherwise." At the same time, Stanton found in her heritage the justification for her belief that women like her merited the rights of American citizens more than men of lesser backgrounds did. Stanton's racism and elitism became especially visible and divisive immediately after the Civil War. But as early as the Declaration of Sentiments of 1848, Stanton protested that women were denied rights that were given to, quote, the most ignorant and degraded men, both natives and foreigners. In her very first speech after Seneca Falls, she admitted that we need not prove ourselves equal to Daniel Webster to enjoy the privilege of voting. Yet she resented that, quote, the most ignorant Irishman in the ditch has all the civil rights Webster has. Her sense of herself as a literal and figurative daughter of the American Revolution, an educated, white, Protestant, well-off, native-born woman, Daniel Webster's equal by any measure, would shape her priorities with lasting implications. It was just after the Civil War that abolitionists, among them Lucy Stone and Frederick Douglass, consistent and passionate advocates for women's rights, joined radical Republicans in arguing that there was greater urgency for giving the vote to African American men than to women. Stanton and her friend Susan B. Anthony were outraged. Declaring themselves the defenders of universal liberty, they nevertheless resorted to the view that some people were better suited to exercise political rights than others. If suffrage is to be extended gradually, Stanton insisted, quote, it would be wiser and safer to enfranchise the higher orders of womanhood than the lower orders of black and white, washed and unwashed, lettered and unlettered manhood. This got uglier. For Stanton, emancipation meant that the Negro question had disappeared from view. Protected by the 13th Amendment, she declared, the black man is declared free, but, I quote, as the celestial gate to civil rights is slowly moving on its hinges. It becomes a serious question whether the representative women of the nation had better stand aside and see Sambo walk into the kingdom first. Apparently unmoved by the horrendous racial violence rising in the South, Stanton waxed indignant at the dangers women would face if black men were granted the vote, for she doubted that a black man once free, quote, would prove more just and generous than his Saxon compeers. As for black women, Stanton declared firmly, if inexplicably, their emancipation is but another form of slavery, worse than what they had endured under white slaveholders. It is better, she asserted boldly, to be the slave of an educated white man than of a degraded, ignorant black one. These were not merely figures of speech, thoughtless slips of the tongue and pen. Rather, Stanton was drawing upon a powerful sense of her own class and cultural superiority when she evoked these images and drew on emerging fears. Just so, if woman finds it hard to bear the oppressive laws of a few Saxon fathers, she remarked, what may she not be called to endure when all the lower orders, natives and foreigners, Dutch, Irish, Chinese, and African, legislate for her and her daughters? If by virtue of their sex, these men were lifted politically to an equal level, quote, American women of wealth, education, virtue, and refinement would then be ruled by the lower orders of Chinese, Africans, Germans, and Irish with their low ideas of womanhood. Trust me, this is just a small sampling. Stanton maintained these views long after Reconstruction. They underscored her advocacy for educated suffrage, her disdain for new immigrants, and her embrace of her own cohort of activists as the true daughters of the American Revolution. Anthony would come to regret that her friend had become very strenuous about educated suffrage. But Stanton's confidence in her own class and cultural superiority never faded, and she declared that raising foreigners above the most intelligent, highly educated women, native-born Americans, was the most bitter drop in the cup of grief that we are compelled to swallow. In 1874, she reminded her listeners that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and contended, when the ragtag and bobtail of our own and all other countries are invited to vote, provided they are males, are not intelligent women humiliated? A few years later, admiring a convention of the pioneers of women's rights, well-educated and well-coiffed, Stanton told an audience of senators that enfranchising these women was the safer path in a gilded age of troubling unrest, warning them that angry women might, quote, strike hands with nihilists, socialists, communists, and anarchists in defense of the most enlarged liberties of the people. Of course, other activists objected to the bigotry, implicit or explicit, in Stanton's assertion that some people deserved rights more than others. In a letter to my honored mother, Harriet Stanton Blatch pulled no punches. She was horrified by her mother's assumption that if a person can read and write, he is enlightened and educated, and if he cannot read and write, he is ignorant. But you go further, Harriet wrote with some bitterness, and call every American citizen who was born in Europe and who cannot read or write in English an ignorant foreigner. With such epithets, Stanton dismissed people's education in their own tongue and ignored the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable, including working-class women. Still, though it may have been stung to be called out by her daughter, in, of all places, Henry Blackwell's Women's Journal, Stanton didn't blink. With immigration on the rise, black men disenfranchised and intact, and working-class activists organizing for economic and political power, Stanton's own sense of class superiority and revolutionary belonging would ever more openly shape her notion of the dangers the nation faced. Stanton's devotion to her heritage underscored her ideas of progress. In her support of American imperialist adventures, for example, she came to view, quote, voting less as a right of citizenship than of civilization. During the war with Spain, she informed William Lloyd Garrison Jr. that Cuba would be better off under American rule. What would this continent have been if left to the Indians, she asked. would they ever have attained our present civilization? Furthermore, she mused, how much farther advanced the Chinese would have developed had Anglo-Saxon blood been infused there. Garrison, who had his own sense of cultural and class entitlement, was appalled. But Stanton's views were characteristic of her social milieu. As the author of a 1969 history of the Daughters of the American Revolution, no radical, wrote it, with no royal family or national church to create an automatic status quo, conservative native-born Americans became increasingly convinced that nothing but faith in the founding fathers would save the country from eventual perdition. Patriotism became a secular religion. The flag became a fetish. In that time of stress, it is understandable that those who could trace their lines to actual patriots could easily feel that they were the proper people to save our institutions. Stanton would have been outraged that I just associated her with conservatives. But her belief that the revolutionary promise of equality and rights were her literal and particular birthright meant that she fit this description to a T. Elizabeth Cady Stanton never did focus on any one demand, nor did she slow down. Her political imagination, her far-reaching challenges against marriage, religion, and law were unsurpassed. She was far more than the founding member of the movement for women's rights or a strategic thinker who saw the nation's most sacred text as a source of radical inspiration. As white middle-class women increasingly gained the rights, legal, political, and property rights, and access to higher education that were set out in the Declaration of Sentiments, and as the women's suffrage movement increasingly came to focus on guaranteeing women the vote, Stanton launched new ideas, exulting that she had thrown our bombshell into the center of women's degradation, and of course we have raised a rumpus. My feeling, she declared, as she approached her 75th birthday, is to tone up rather than tone down. Historians have found Stanton complex and often contradictory. I've been arguing with the woman for most of my academic career. Although virtually all scholars acknowledge and regret Stanton's bigoted rhetoric, they differ about how much her elitism and racism reflect a deep vein in her thought or how much these remarks matter to her legacy. Some dismiss Stanton's racism and elitism as simply common to her era and class, which it surely was. Others argue that Stanton's sense of entitlement limited her conception of women's rights themselves to those that women like herself most fervently sought. If the nation's celebration of itself focuses only on the expansion of rights and promises implied by and inspired by the Declaration of Independence, if the commemoration assumes with the current administration that our, quote, missteps, errors, contradictions, and wrongs are safely consigned to the past, commemoration demands something different. A hard and critical look at our history, a nuanced analysis of our present, and a renewed commitment to a future that embraces ideals and practices that the founders and Elizabeth Cady Stanton could not have imagined. Thank you.
Terrific.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, please. We
David.
must have questions.
David
There we
wants
are.
to.
Yes, David.
Speak into the mic, please.
David Hollinger, Berkeley. Laura, you didn't talk at all about the religious context, and generally, Stanton is remembered as one of the most important free thinkers in the United States in the 19th century. I wonder if you could say a little bit about the Women's Bible and about her orientations toward the Christianity of her own time.
Sure. Well, the first thing to say about that, thank you for that question, David. The first thing to say about that would be to back up and say that the other people she organized the Seneca Falls Convention with were Quakers, and she decidedly was not. She moved into a room of friends. She wanted to reunite with Lucretia Mott, whom she hadn't seen in several years, and she moved into a room of friends who were all abolitionists, all Quakers, all activists, but not quite as pissed off for lack of a better word, as the young Elizabeth Cady Stanton was at the time. And she was much more outspoken, and they objected to her clothing sometimes. You know, she was not a Quaker. Later in life, she came to see the clergy, the mainstream Protestant clergy, as the main enemy of women's rights. And she, in the 1880s and 90s, had this idea of writing what became the Women's Bible, which is not so much a women's Bible as a set of essays that critiques various interpretations and readings from the Bible. By the time she did this, the wonderful book about this is Kathy Kern's book, Mrs. Stanton's Bible, by the way. By the time she did this, the movement for women's suffrage had become much more mainstream and much less tied to religion. The Women's Christian Temperance Union had joined the fight for women's suffrage, and she was a little bit out of step in that. The women's movement had become much more respectable, and the clergy, of course, were split by then, not as wholeheartedly against women's rights as Stanton claimed. And she got a lot of grief for writing this, including being censured by her own organization. I think the Women's Bible is really interesting, and I think her ongoing critique of the traditional lessons of religion were part of her thinking, but I think by the time she wrote this, she was somewhat out of step with the movement she helped found.
Other questions?
Mary Miller, The Getty. I wondered if, particularly in light of Dr. Ruiz's talk yesterday about social Darwinism in Mexico, which I have no idea if you heard it or not, if you could talk a little bit about Cady Stanton's relationship to the social Darwinist movements in the United States to create racial hierarchies as well as the possibility of evolution.
Right, I'm sorry I missed the talk yesterday, so I don't have a specific answer that can relate to it, but certainly, and I've not really heard Stanton talk very much about evolution itself. She was very interested in some of the phrenological and other scientific methods to prove that women were as intelligent as men. She actually she claimed to have donated her brain to science, but her children objected strongly, and her brain is still in her head in her grave. But so she was interested in science. She absolutely would have signed on to the social Darwinist idea of some races being superior to others. But she, I don't really remember her speaking specifically to those ideas swirling around her, which they surely would have been. There were times when she had 7 children, and there were times when she made it clear that she felt she had done her duty to add to the superior race that they were part of.
I have a question.
Okay.
You mentioned that one of her daughters was one of her harshest critics later in her life. Were other members of her family or circle of friends critical of her, and was this made public?
Well, her daughter, Harriet Stanton Blatch, moved to England and married an Englishman and got the lesson that many people who move to England in radical circles get, which is that class is very important, as much as Americans try to deny it. And she came back fired up to work for working class women, which she did. Many people were critical of Stanton. I always wish that I could actually have met her, because she must have been charismatic in a way that that I can't tell just from reading about her. The fact that Frederick Douglass remained friends with her after the things she said, that he would actually be in a room with her and speak of her as his old friend who gave him a place to put his head when he needed a place to stay in Seneca Falls, and always honored her, is amazing to me. So even people who had reason to be among her harshest critics, you know, she seems to have quite drawn the crowd. Nevertheless, Lucy Stone never liked her, and they never got along, and certainly her daughter writing her letter to her honored mother in Lucy Stone and Henry Blackwell's journal was a sharp message. But I think that she was very, for lack of a better word, charismatic. And people listened to her even when they were infuriated by her. I feel that way. I mean, you know, I feel that way. I've been studying her for many years. There's no one who studies 19th century women's political history without engaging in some way with Elizabeth Cady Stanton. She is a large presence in the room. And, you know, why do we keep being drawn to her? When I first said I was going to write a biography of her, a friend said to me, "You want to spend that much time in the room with that racist woman?" And I was like, I'm going to deal with that. I want to address that. I want to talk about what the problem is and why we still talk about her.
Great. Thank you. Terrific talk. Before we break for 20 minutes of refreshment, may I remind you that in the vitrines in front of the stage, we have yet more information about the Declaration of Independence on my right and the meaning of democracy in the United States. Beautiful, beautiful original pieces of our archive on display. Please, before you queue up for your coffee or your cookie, have a look. And make sure that you go to the museum at some point in the next few days, too, to see the real thing, these truths. We'll recommence in 20 minutes, please. precious colleagues and friends please sit down? May I ask you to just contain your exuberance for a few minutes? Take your seats while we prepare for a wonderful second session of this morning. This morning, the rest of this morning, is going to be dedicated to a different view of the Declaration of Independence, given by, again, two more of America's foremost historians. To round out this session, we're going to have first Professor David Blight, then Alan Guelzo, each of whom will have an opportunity to speak before joining me on the stage for a panel discussion. So we will have questions for both speakers at the end. APS member David Blight is Sterling Professor of History and Black Studies and Director of the Gilder Lehrman Center for the Study of Slavery, Resistance, and Abolition at Yale University. A scholar of the Civil War, Reconstruction, slavery, and civil rights, Dr. Blight has spent much of his career studying and writing on Frederick Douglass. His book, Frederick Douglass, Prophet of Freedom, was awarded 9 book awards, including the Pulitzer Prize and the Bancroft Prize, and his award-winning book, Race and Reunion, The Civil War in American Memory, received, among others, the Frederick Douglass Prize. Dr. Blight is a frequent contributor to national publications, including the New York Times and The Atlantic, and has consulted on numerous documentaries, such as the PBS series Africans in America. His talk today is titled The Power and Significance of Frederick Douglass's July the 4th Speech. Please welcome David Blight.
Thank you so much. Everybody's back from chocolate chip cookies. Buzzed up. I'm very honored and grateful to be invited to talk to this group. I'm trying not to think about how many honors there are in this room. I barely got here. I was on a panel on, guess what, the Declaration of Independence last night at Hamilton College in upstate New York, and the flight out of Syracuse left 3 hours late. So I had to get up at 2:30, but I'm doing fine. So if my hands are shaking, it's coffee. But when Frederick Douglass walked into Corinthian Hall on July 5, that's in Rochester, New York, on July 5, 1852, one eyewitness said his hands were shaking. He had a full script. He read the speech. He had a full script. He also, I must tell you, had that baby already printed up in hundreds of copies. He knew he had something special, and he was about to take it on the road and sell it for 50 cents a copy, or $10 for 100, I think it was. And he took one of his sons with him to sell. But he knew he'd written something special. He'd been invited to speak, do a 4th of July address by the Ladies Anti-Slavery Society of Rochester, New York. Now, this was in the temple of his friends. He knew all the leadership of that organization. His dear friend and assistant editor on his newspaper, Julia Griffiths, was its treasurer and really its leader. They didn't know what they were about to get. It wasn't going to be just an occasional speech. The contexts are extraordinary. It's about 3 months after the publication of Uncle Tom's Cabin, which is flying off the presses in Boston. They can't even keep the presses moving fast enough. Uncle Tom's Cabin is now being read by thousands and then hundreds of thousands of people all across the United States. It's likely that since that was an abolitionist audience, a lot of them had the characters of Uncle Tom's Cabin even in their minds when they listened to Douglas that day. It's also it's less than 2 years after the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, and there had been already many fugitive slave rescues, some of them quite violent, all across the North. Douglas himself will by his count, will participate in ushering, housing and ushering and hiding about 100 fugitive slaves through his home in Rochester up to the docks on Lake Ontario. It's an election year, a very important one. The American political parties are fraying, to say the least. The Whig Party is all but dying. The Democratic Party's still got some cohesion, north and south. The Free Soil Party had a great outing back in 1848, and they were raring to go too. The American party system is breaking up. And Douglas sits down. He wrote a letter where he said, I worked harder on this than anything I've ever done. I wish he'd said that. I wish there were more letters of him reflecting on where he got all those metaphors, but it didn't quite happen. This will be the election that will elect Franklin Pierce to the presidency. He opened, as he so often did, with a 2-paragraph statement of self-deprecation. Oh, why have you invited me here? What do I know about the nation's founding? What might I ever have to say about the glories of the founders? On and on he went. And he at times was accused by people. I mean, enough already, Fred. Get beyond that, huh? One guy once told him it's a little flat and unmeaning to have to listen to that. Just get to your subject. But he always did that. It was his way of putting his audience in the palm of his hand. I've always argued that the 4th of July speech by Douglas is like a symphony in 3 movements. It's a masterpiece. It's the abolitionist rhetorical masterpiece. I don't know what you'd compare it to. Daniel Webster got mentioned earlier by Lori. Webster was a great orator and all that, but no one could match Douglas. It's a symphony. I know symphonies usually have 4 movements. I've heard that before. But this one only had 3. He opens, the first 6 pages or so of the text are setting his audience at ease. He calls this day the American Passover. It is your day of days. It is from the time that tried men's souls. He throws in a little Thomas Paine. He says to them, your country is young. It's still malleable. It's still being made. It's in the making. He calls the founders geniuses. He calls the Declaration of Independence the, quote, ringbolt to the chain of your nation's destiny. And then he just goes on and on with ringbolt metaphors and others. He, though, gives a little bit of a hint of what's to come, just a brief one, where he says, heavy billows like mountains in the distance disclose to the leeward, he's already used a ship metaphor, to the leeward huge forms of flinty rocks, that bolt drawn, that chain broken, and all could be lost. Cling to this day, cling to it, and to its principles, with the grasp of a storm-tossed mariner to the spar at midnight. Now you got to listen on after that. Where's this ship going? Where it's going is in an execution of the classic American tradition of the Jeremiad. He's going to become Jeremiah, all but, in this speech. There's a certain scene-setting beauty to that first movement. We can imagine it maybe with string instruments. Nothing terribly loud just yet. Setting people at ease. He talks about the Declaration being part of the nation's poetry. He calls the principles saving principles. I mean, if you had been on the committee that invited Douglas, I mean, you go, Fred. But then the hammer comes down. The second movement begins when Douglas says, "Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and God overhead." And he gets very biblical now. There are going to be 3 uses of Isaiah, 2 uses of the Psalms, and 1 use of Jeremiah in this speech, which was common of Douglas. He began to talk about how the children of Israel, quote, "contented themselves under the shadow of Abraham's great name, while they repudiated the deeds which made his name great." And then the oracle, and that's what this speech is, turned wrathful. It turned Old Testament. Douglas brought the hammer down for the next 12 pages, like a hailstorm. "Fellow citizens," he said, "pardon me. Allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here this day, on your day of national independence?" And then he begins to rain you and your and you and your. I've counted 48. I got 50 once, but this morning on the plane I counted 48 uses of you, your. 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice. I must mourn to drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems is inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak on this day? And then, without naming his text, he just floats into the 137th Psalm. He didn't need to name his text with this audience. "By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof, for there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they who wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. You invited me here to sing, but I'm not going to sing for you. I'm going to rip your heart out. He recrafted, in a sense, Jeremiah's tales of God's wrath to a people mourning for the sins they cannot overcome. Above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are today rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. I'll try to stop quoting. Then Douglas calls for what he names scorching. He says, we don't just need irony, we need scorching irony. And a little later he says, we need sacrilegious irony. The man was an ironist, but he could take it places, sometimes in a single metaphor. And then in this middle movement of the speech, he starts drawing on the senses. No simple task with language, but he makes them smell the hold of a slave ship. He makes them hear the clank of the chains on the slaves marching along a road. He makes them see an auction block with a woman's baby being sold away from her arms. And when you read the speech closely, you can almost sense he's trying to make the audience feel their senses. And then he takes on the Fugitive Slave Act for about 3 pages, and he'd already been practicing this for a couple of years. He calls America the hunting ground for men. Then he employs Isaiah at great length. I won't quote it all. Your hands are full of blood, said Isaiah. Then the second movement, the long middle movement, which is this hailstorm of a litany of every evil, every horrible act that slavery can wreak upon a human being. He ends that section with, I think, doing Jonathan Edwards one better. Oh, be warned, he says, be warned. A horrible reptile is coiled up in your nation's bosom. The venomous creature is nursing at the tender breast of your youthful republic. For the love of God, tear away and fling from you the hideous monster, and let the weight of 20 millions crush and destroy it forever. There's a reptile at your heart. It's about to eat it out. What are you going to do? And then he pauses. There's a pause in the text. And that's the end of the second movement. And the people need towels by now. I mean, the hailstorm has just been pelting them. In the last few pages, he gives them his own take on the anti-slavery interpretation of the Constitution. Very controversial, but he's just come through. So typical of Douglass. He never stays put intellectually. He's just come through a near transformation of his views about the Constitution, how it can be used, he believes, for anti-slavery purposes. He calls the Constitution a, quote, glorious liberty document. And then he says there are 3 great visions of hope. He's going to end on hope. First is the Constitution. The second is, classic move by abolitionists or Americans for that matter, divine providence. And the third is modernity, which he refers to as the tendencies of the age. He talks about the telegraph. He talks about, conquering speed with the railroad, the incredible progress of technology. If we can do all these things, why can't we deal with this problem? And then, remarkably, because one of the other contexts for this speech is that he's just had the terrible breakup of his life with William Lloyd Garrison. He and Garrison, who was a dozen years older, had sort of discovered Douglass, helped him launch his career, was a sort of intellectual father, sometimes brother figure. But they were breaking up big time, and it was deeply personal. He's also undergoing tremendous tensions in his marriage and his home life. He's not making ends meet. And he's got 5 children at home between the ages of 3 and 13. And his wife, Anna, is trying to hold that household together, while Julia Griffiths, the brilliant, highly educated British woman, had come to stay in their home while she worked with Douglass for 6 years on his newspaper. A cause of tension, let's say. But how does he end this speech? With several verses of William Lloyd Garrison's poem turned into a song called Godspeed, the Year of Jubilee. One verse of which is, Godspeed, the year of Jubilee, the wide world o'er. Until that year, day, hour arrive, with head and heart in hand I'll strive. He pays homage to Garrison. And they've just had this hateful exchange, very public, breakup for the last 2 years. they will not be in the same space again until the outbreak of the Civil War. That's how bad that breakup was. Douglas is also going to have one hell of a breakup with Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and maybe we're going to get to talk about that too, where he remained mostly a gentleman, mostly. But this speech is really an altar call in the Protestant tradition. It's Douglas saying, of course, the problem with America and slavery is its hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is his central theme, although the word doesn't appear. I mean, it doesn't need to. He's got 25 metaphors for it, which work much better. The great Jewish theologian Abraham Heschel, who was so important in helping me finally get to understand what prophetic language is in working on Douglas. And I didn't understand Douglas until a rabbi friend of mine said, David, you got to read Heschel, a lot of it. Heschel, among the many things he says about what prophets are, he says, the words the prophet utters are not offered as souvenirs. The prophet undertakes to stop a mighty stream with mere words. That's the core of Frederick Douglass's life. Why we even are here, or I'm here talking about him, why we even remember him is all about his words. He never held public office. And he loved this passage from Jeremiah. But his word was in mine heart as burning fire shut up in my bones, and I was weary with foreboding, and I could not stay. Douglas had a fire shut up in his bones, to say the least. But in that 4th of July speech, he had been given an invitation to just let it out. But he didn't just shout, he didn't just complain. He put it into prose poetry. He put it into literature. And it's why to this day, some of you teach it. A lot of our communities now read it publicly. We do it at the Beinecke Library at Yale every year now. It's the fire in his bones bursting out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for talking about that exquisite fire. We have questions, starting up in the balcony. Please.
Conrad Harper,
Yeah.
New York City.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for that fine evocation of Frederick Douglass, the orator, at work in his prime. And I'm grateful to you for having written one of the great biographies in American literature. I want to ask you something, though, about Douglass, which, since you've studied him more than anybody else alive at the moment, I think you might be able to answer with some precision. He was heard by thousands of people in the United States and in Great Britain over a long period of time. The question is, what did his voice sound like?
Okay, thank you. I was very privileged. I'll give you as fast an answer on that as possible. I was very privileged to encounter, if anyone's read the book, you know about it, a fantastic private collection of Douglass material owned by Walter Evans at that point in his house in Savannah, Georgia, where I spent many weeks working on their dining room table. That collection's now all at the Beinecke. But in this collection, the core of it are 9 family scrapbooks. And the reason I bring that up is because in these scrapbooks kept by his sons over the last 35, even 40 years of their father's life, are thousands upon thousands of clippings from all over the country. Wherever Mr. D went, and he did these 3- and 4-month speaking tours, especially after the war, they hired a clipping service. Back would come clippings from wherever. Beloit, Wisconsin. Name a small town in Indiana, he spoke there. Name a Methodist church somewhere in Iowa, he spoke there. And the clippings often have people commenting on the sound of his voice. Baritone, powerful, but also, at times, he simply lost his voice. You do this night after night after night, no microphones. He's doing it over here, you know. And there would be clippings in the local paper. Mr. Douglas will not be able to appear tonight. He has lost his voice. Which, as a biographer, you love that kind of texture. But it was a deep baritone. He loved to sing, too. He played the violin, not as good as his grandson, who was a concert violinist. Douglas loved to sing. And one anecdote on that, when he was recruiting black soldiers in the middle of the Civil War, it didn't always go well, especially after the Battle of Gettysburg, and the news got around how bloody and horrible it was. He would be in front of a huge room full of black folks, mostly young black guys, and he'd try to recruit them by breaking into John Brown's Body. He'd lead them in singing John Brown's Body. And one of them in Philadelphia, nobody came forward to enlist, but they sang the song. So imagine Douglas leading in John Brown's Body. Baritone, deep baritone. Love to sing.
Great. I'm afraid, David, that
Oh,
we'll
that's
have
it,
to,
huh?
no,
Okay.
you'll come back on the panel
guess
in a
we
few
are,
minutes.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Our last speaker of the morning before the panel discussion is Professor Alan Guelzo. He is well known to many of you because he's one of America's foremost public educators in American history. He is currently Professor of Humanities at University of Florida's Hamilton School of Classical and Civic Education, and an historian and scholar of the Civil War and Reconstruction. He's one of the foremost scholars of Abraham Lincoln's life and legacy, Lincoln's role in emancipation and Reconstruction. Guelzo's role as a public educator needs to be underlined, and you won't find these in our standard notes, because he has uncommon amounts of outreach because of his online lectures in American history on many subjects that are widely available. In addition, he's an award-winning author, receiving the Lincoln Prize and the Abraham Lincoln Institute Prize for his book, Abraham Lincoln, Redeemer President. He's also a frequent contributor to such programs as NPR's Weekend Edition Sunday and NBC's Meet the Press, and he was nominated for a Grammy for his BBC production of the entirety of the Lincoln-Douglas debates. Professor Guelzo's most recent book, Our Ancient Faith, Lincoln, Democracy, and the American Experiment, explores Lincoln's ideas about democracy and how they guided America through the Civil War. Professor Guelzo's talk today is entitled Lincoln and the Declaration. Thank you, Alan. Please come to the stage.
I hope you will indulge me for a moment at the beginning to note what I learned this morning about the passing of a great American musician, Michael Tilson Thomas, at age 81. He was a great figure in American music and American performance. I remember him very clearly from a guest conducting incident here in Philadelphia. He had to come and pinch hit at the last minute for someone who was taken ill, a visiting conductor. He happened to be in town, so he got drafted. The first part of the program was the Brahms Second Concerto, and the second half of the program was the Berlioz Symphonie Fantastique. And when he hit that fourth movement, the March to the Scaffold, I have never seen a conductor on the platform enjoy himself so much. And if you want to hear what trombones can sound like when they snarl, but snarl together as a unit, I recommend to you his recording with the San Francisco Symphony of the Symphonie Fantastique. But now I must follow David Blight, which in my mind conjures up another biblical image. After the earthquake, a still small voice. For Abraham Lincoln, the American Revolution was the great event of American history, and perhaps even the hinge of modern history as he understood it. Of our political revolution of '76, we are all justly proud, Lincoln said in 1842. Certainly for Americans, it has given us a degree of political freedom far exceeding that of any other of the nations of the earth. But beyond even American horizons, the revolution has offered the world a solution of that long-mooted problem as to the capability of man to govern himself. And with that gift in its hand, the revolution would surely become the germ which has vegetated and still is to grow and to expand into the universal liberty of mankind. In Lincoln's imagination, the revolution acquired an almost religious power. Its ideas constituted what he called in his great Peoria speech in 1854, our ancient faith. And in 1861, only 100 yards from where we are sitting at this moment, he would profess a devotion to that ancient faith so deep that he would insist that he had never had a feeling politically that did not spring from the sentiments embodied in the Declaration of Independence, and would rather be assassinated on this spot than to surrender its principles. Lincoln was not a man of much public emotion, but if he was eulogizing the Declaration of Independence, wrote his longtime law partner, William Henry Herndon, Lincoln would extend his arms, palms of his hands outward, and in his greatest inspiration would hold both of his hands out above his head at an angle of about 50 degrees, hands open or clenched according to his ideas or feelings, as if appealing to some superior power for assistance or support, that he might embrace the spirit of that which he so dearly loved. And it was the idea of the Revolution's declaration, much more even than the Revolution's battles and places, which he dearly loved. His childhood reading of Mason Weems's famous biography of Washington, with its description of the crossing of the Delaware River, the contest with the Hessians, the great hardships endured at that time, all fixed themselves on my memory more than any single revolutionary event. But even then, what Lincoln distilled from reading Weems's narrative were the principles of the Revolution. I recollect thinking then, boy even though I was, that there must have been something more than common that those men struggled for, Lincoln reminisced. Something even more than national independence, something that held out a great promise to all the people of the world to all time to come. That something Lincoln expressed in one lapidary paragraph in the message he sent to Congress for its special called session on July 4th, 1861. The founding purpose of the Revolution, he wrote, was a struggle for maintaining in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. That was what contrasted not only America with Britain, but the Union from the Southern Confederacy. Our adversaries have adopted some declarations of independence, to be sure, he said, but they are unlike the good old one penned by Jefferson in that they omit the words, all men are created equal. over and over again. The Declaration and its commitment to equality served as the nuclear core of his politics. He began his most famous utterance, the address at Gettysburg in November of 1863, with the Declaration's fundamental announcement that all men are created equal, because Lincoln considered this the founding proposition of the American Republic, and the one whose reappropriation by the generation of the Civil War would guarantee a new birth of freedom. That equality was based on the recognition that, while not everyone was created equal in how swiftly they could run or how beautifully they could sing, they were created equal in their endowment by their Creator, with what Jefferson called certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and which, taken together, summed up virtually all that was of importance in political life. Equality thus became, in Lincoln's words, the father of all moral principle in politics, and it allowed everyone to claim a kinship to the American Revolution as though they were blood of the blood and flesh of the flesh of the men who wrote that Declaration. Hard on the heels of that equality proposition, in Lincoln's mind, was the Declaration's additional proposition that in a government of equal citizens, the legitimacy of its government depends upon the consent of the governed. Precisely because all men are created equal, no man, he said, should consider himself good enough to govern another man without that other's consent. Lincoln almost exhausted his vocabulary of centrality on this point. Equality made consent the leading principle, the sheet anchor of American republicanism. And that, in turn, fueled his rising criticism of slavery in the 1850s, because the denial of that equality and the denial of that consent was what lay at the heart of enslaving other human beings. It is when that consent is unsought, or when consent is waved away, that governments lose the gem of legitimacy. And at that moment, Jefferson wrote, "It is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government." That is the right of revolution itself, that when a government has forfeited legitimacy and shows no sign or interest in regaining it, any people, anywhere being inclined and having the power, have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This, Lincoln added, is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe is to liberate the world. Whenever consent is set at naught and the natural rights of the people tossed aside, it is the right of any people, sufficiently numerous for national independence, to throw off, to revolutionize their existing form of government, and to establish such other in its stead as they may choose. This could have posed no small degree of embarrassment for Lincoln in 1861, since the formation of the breakaway Southern Confederacy could be construed in precisely the revolutionary light Lincoln had praised before as a most sacred right. And he conceded that the Southern demand for nationalizing slavery was indeed revolutionary, but only in the most perverted sense of the term. At most, Lincoln said, revolution is but a moral right when exercised for a morally justifiable cause. When exercised without such a cause, revolution is no right, but simply a wicked exercise of physical power. And a revolution of any sort, bent on the protection of privilege and the denial of consent, was a revolution in the direction of evil. The irony of the situation in 1861 was that revolution was precisely the word that the leadership of the Southern Confederacy wanted to avoid. By insisting that they were performing a secession from the American Union, they could pretend that what they were doing was perfectly legal and continuous with the past, and that therefore all the pre-secession laws concerning slavery in particular remained in force without interruption. Revolutions are, after all, about discontinuity, about the breaking up of old forms and restrictions. To speak of their withdrawal from the American Union as a revolution might have endangered that continuity for the Confederates. And so we hear them say things like this: the sovereign states here represented have proceeded to form this Confederacy. These were the words of Jefferson Davis on the day in March of 1861 when he was inaugurated as the provisional president of the Confederate States of America. And it is, Davis continued, by abuse of language that their act has been denominated a revolution. Lincoln, in effect, turned the Declaration back on them. He would grant them the legitimacy of an action that they did not dare to claim, revolution, provided they were willing to take the same chances discontinuity posed, chances that Washington, Jefferson, and the others had been willing to take in their revolution. But the Southern Confederacy was not willing to do that, preferring instead to claim a right to secession, which Lincoln could simply point out did not, in law, exist. Lincoln faced a more technical challenge in reconciling the differences between the Declaration and the other great document of the Revolutionary era, the Constitution. The Declaration might be the source of his sentiments, but the Constitution was the nation's supreme law, and it said nothing about anyone being created equal. If anything, it gave a squeamishly reluctant legitimacy to slavery through the 3/5 clause and a timed allowance for the continuation of the transatlantic slave trade. For that reason, abolitionists, from William Bowditch to Wendell Phillips, proposed solving this conundrum by tossing the Constitution aside, or, as in the example of William Lloyd Garrison, burning it. It only seemed logical then to the abolitionists that to swear to support the Constitution of the United States was a desecration of the self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence. But not to Lincoln, for whom principle always had to walk hand in hand with law, especially when law was the product of the same hands which had made the Revolution and the Declaration. It was bad enough for Lincoln that an increasing number of men, for the sake of perpetuating slavery, are beginning to assail and to ridicule the declaration that all men are created free and equal. He recoiled at the slave masters who, to aid in making the bondage of the Negro universal and eternal, have assailed and sneered at and construed and hawked at and torn the Declaration, till, if its framers could rise from their graves, they could not at all recognize it. But it was just as dangerous in his view when the opponents of slavery were singing the same song, only about the Constitution. If it was true that the abolitionists' faces, as he said, are set Zionwards, too many of them, he complained, were utterly lawless and the unhandiest devils in the world to deal with. If anything, Lincoln struggled to bring the Declaration and the Constitution into harmony, as though both had been created as part of a single revolutionary plan. Much as he appealed to his hearers in 1856 to come to the rescue of the great principle of equality, he immediately added, "Don't interfere with anything in the Constitution. That must be maintained, for it is the only safeguard of our liberties." But the most potent image which he summoned to explain his understanding of the Revolution's two primary papers was a biblical one from the 25th chapter of Proverbs. The apple of gold in the picture of silver, which together compose a word fitly spoken. The declaration, he said, was the word fitly spoken, which has proved an apple of gold to us, while the Constitution and the Union it created are the picture of silver subsequently framed around it. Nevertheless, even Lincoln acknowledged that the Declaration had at least some measure of precedence. The picture, he said, was made not to conceal or to destroy the apple, but to adorn and preserve it. The picture was made for the apple, not the apple for the picture. The proposition to which the Republic was dedicated was the Declaration's announcement that all men are created equal. And even though without the Constitution and the Union we could not have attained our great prosperity, Lincoln saw that there is something back of these entwining more closely about the human heart. And Lincoln insisted that something is the principle of liberty to all, which found its most happy and fortunate expression in our Declaration of Independence. The question for him, and through much of his presidency, was just how far the Declaration's precedents stood ahead of the Constitution. In the end, Lincoln had no formula beyond a biblical metaphor for harmonizing the Declaration and the Constitution. What he did have as guides, however, were the examples of the revolutionary leaders, and in particular, the example of Thomas Jefferson. It is certainly strange to consider the pride of place that Lincoln grants to Thomas Jefferson when it is remembered that Lincoln was fully aware of Jefferson's moral hypocrisy in the case of Sally Hemings. This, according to Herndon, made a powerful impression on his mind when he first read about it in the 1840s. So much so that Mr. Lincoln never liked Jefferson's moral character after that. But Lincoln drew a sharp line of distinction between Jefferson's private vices and public virtues, just as he did for Zachary Taylor and for Henry Clay. Whatever moral guilt Jefferson earned, still, Lincoln said, the principles of Jefferson are the definitions and axioms of free society. And the sage of Monticello deserved at least some measure of redemption for being the man who, in the concrete pressure of a struggle for national independence, had the coolness, forecast, and capacity to introduce into a merely revolutionary document an abstract truth, applicable to all men and all times, and so to embalm it there that today and in all coming days it shall be a rebuke and a stumbling block, so the very harbingers of reappearing tyranny and oppression. Lincoln's reverence for the Declaration and its author was one of his most remarked upon traits. No man has seen more clearly or felt more deeply than Mr. Lincoln, wrote the North American Review in an 1865 tribute to Lincoln, that the cause in which we are contending is the defense of human rights against the attacks of those who practically deny them. The revitalization of the nation's principles, which he hoped would ensure a new birth of freedom, was rooted thickly around the fundamental proposition of America's Revolutionary Declaration. And so for us, in this 250th anniversary of independence, shall we not say that anything less than that falls short not only of the revolutionary past, but of Abraham Lincoln's promise for the future? Thank you very much.
It's short, so we'll stay on stage. Yeah, okay. As our four speakers from this morning join us on stage, please think about the questions that you would like to pose to them. I told you this was going to be a feast, so don't hold back with your questions. Please. I'm going to take moderator's prerogative and sit wherever you. And ask the first question. And it has nothing to do with the Declaration of Independence, so I apologize. Yesterday, our scientists who led off the presentations were talking about the defense of science and how science can be defended against many kinds of criticism by really talking about the scientific method. And we had succinct lessons in the scientific method. One of the things that I think strikes all of us is that in the last decade, we, members of the American public, and you, historians, have been weathering a lot of criticism about the kinds of history that you do. All of you have been criticized either by name or by the content of your writings as not being based in fact, that what you have written about and talked about in history is a matter of opinion. And this word, woke, has been invoked in various contexts against all of the stuff that you have been doing here. What I would like to open with is, I want to hear what you would say. Scientists can sort of talk about the scientific method. Annette, you talked a little bit right at the end of your talk about the methodical way in which historians do their work, but I would like to hear how all of you approach this, because to me this is a fundamental criticism that we have to counter, that we have to establish for the American public and really for the global public. How do historians do their job? And why do you establish facts through research?
Does this work? Yes. It's working?
Yes. Speak right into it.
So I don't think it's been just in the last 10 years. I think it's been a lot longer than that, that historians, close to my mouth, that historians have been under attack. And I would just say from my very particular position as someone who's worked within women's and gender studies programs and has spent my life reading and learning from Black feminist theory and feminist theory of many kinds, I think that part of why we're under attack is because although we do, many of us, I think all of us here, excellent work that grounds our interpretations in sources and so on, we have insisted that no one's position is without subjectivity, that nobody is purely objective, and that the lesson from African American theory and feminist theory has been for a long time that we all stand in a position and need to acknowledge it in terms of the questions we ask and what we bring to our work. And there's been a lot of resistance to people who do more traditional work being told that they too have subjectivity. And so I think our willingness to examine our own has been threatening to a lot of people.
I think that's true. I also think that history has always been political. It's always been, I mean, Jefferson was trying to find the right person to write about the American Revolution. And it couldn't just be anybody. It had to be somebody was too Tory, this person was too Tory, this person, you know, revered the British so much. I mean, I think it's always been there. I think the difference is that we've come of age in a time when the history was being written at the same time as the country was being transformed. The civil rights movement, the women's rights movement, all of those things were taking place at the same, at the same time as the historiographic story was being shifted. So I think people blame us or associate us with political things that have taken place that they dislike. And so I think that's more than us changing a methodology or doing anything different. History's always been contentious. It's just that we were hooked up in a particular moment when the world was changing as well.
I look forward to Alan's rebuttal. Thank you for going there, by the way. In her Nobel speech, Toni Morrison, consider the date, 1993, a fairly placid time politically. No time is placid, but Cold War was over, Pax Americana, Bill Clinton got elected. She warned directly and vividly against what she called statist language and statist history. And she said, the risk is that you end up with, quote, sanctioned ignorance. Now, I can't say for sure by any fact I've read in a document in an archive that the current attacks, let's talk about it right now for a moment. You brought it up.
I know.
We didn't. Sanctioned ignorance is in the service of something. It's in the service of control. It's in the service of shaping what the Smithsonian might present, what the National Park Service gets to interpret, what the National Endowment gets to support, etc., what the Fulbright program, if it survives its current gutting, might represent. This is an attack on all levels, and it's happened in mostly 1 year, on the practice of history. President Trump's executive order of March 27 last year, restoring sanity and truth to American history, was a declaration of war on the practice of history. And a lot of us have been, well, from our meager resources, trying to declare war back without it being violent. But that's what this is. It's an effort to control the nation's story.
The problem that we're describing here actually has, it has heredity all the way back to Herodotus. After all, Herodotus writes his Histories, his investigation about how the Greeks fended off the Persians by saying that what he intends to do is to show to you what noble, wonderful people the Greeks were, how they were prompted by their love of eleutheria, of freedom. So there is invariably a purpose in writing history. And sometimes the purposes are social, sometimes the purposes are political, but woe to us who do not discern the fact that, yes, everybody's got an agenda. And I think all of us on this platform have found ourselves on the sticking end of people who object to an agenda while displaying an agenda of their own in history. I can remember not terribly many years ago, writing an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal about the anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. I received for that a death threat, which I thought was tremendously amusing, but as it were, the Pennsylvania State Police were not so amused. So I had to go around for a week or so with a security person tagging after me. And I really felt sorry for the fellow. I want to, here, just sit down. Go ahead. Don't. Go get a cup of coffee. You know, someone who would like to threaten that kind of thing. My feeling is, go ahead, make my day. But that's because I'm just kind of ignorant that way. Tenacious, perhaps, maybe even aggressive. But yes, we have all experienced that kind of thing. Now, does that mean that our work is entirely free does it not fall prey to subjective consideration? Sure, it does. It's been doing that from the very beginning of the writing of history. That doesn't mean that it eliminates the pursuit, the desire to find an objective truth in things. We can agree that there are, in fact, realms of truth in which we do agree. We can agree, for instance, that Abraham Lincoln was the 16th president of the United States. I don't think anyone has argued that he was the 15th or the 17th. So there are certain basic things that stand there, and those are non-negotiables. Now, when we move beyond that, we move into other realms of interpretation, of significance, of understanding. And those are why there are historians generation after generation after generation. That is why the history, let us say, of Abraham Lincoln or Frederick Douglass was not simply written in 1865 or in 1893 because, all right, well, they're over and now there's nothing more to be said. No, no, no. There's always something more to be said on subjects of that sort, and all of the subjects, in fact, that we have considered in these sessions this morning. And that will go on after all of us here are long forgotten. But that's because of the nature of human inquiry itself and human curiosity. There are certain very obvious things which are non-negotiables because those we know. There was an outbreak called World War I. There was an outbreak called World War II. There are other big, obvious things like that. As soon as we move beyond those, that's when the questions begin. And I say good for the questions, because sometimes those questions get answered wrongly, and sometimes with deceitful intent. And that means that other historians have to push back and say, no, that is not, in fact, what happens. When I have to consider, for instance, and I'll use this as an example, when I have to consider people who want to promote notions of the lost cause, I have to respond to them and say, this is an act of political imagination. And that is not said as a complimentary description.
It's a nice way. Yeah. Thank you.
Probably too nice. There are other moments when I'll probably have something a good deal harsher to say. And that has to be pushed back against. Because otherwise then you have the triumph of a consistent view, a perverted view of human events, human purpose, and the reason that we are all together in this thing called the American experiment. What are we trying to do in history? It's not that we're trying to argue with each other and fight with each other, and sometimes it might seem that way. That's not what historians are about. It's because historians are uniquely concerned with this thing called the American experiment. Because we all want it to succeed. We want what was established on the 4th of July, 1776, to thrive and to continue. And when we argue with each other, and when the interpretations go back and forth, what are we really testifying to when we are doing our work as we should do it? We are testifying to our fundamental admiration for those principles that we think are eternal and that were discovered at that particular moment in time, and which we need to articulate generation after generation after generation. And if we can succeed in doing that, if as historians we can draw that attention back to those principles, in whatever way we believe the attention should be drawn, then, as Lincoln said in talking about dedicating ourselves, then government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. So in that respect, what historians do, as much as we disagree and much as we are concerned and worried about misinterpretation, what we are doing, it's not because it's just a professional peak of ours. It's because we are really deeply invested in the success of this great experiment. And we want it to go forward, and we want it to prosper, all of us.
Thank you. We have time for a few questions. Howard, please identify yourself.
Hi, Howard Gardner from Cambridge, Mass. Thanks for these wonderful presentations. This was actually generated by Alan's discussion of early 1861. And I began to wonder, how did citizens find out what was happening and what the arguments were? From politics, from religion, and I'm particularly interested in from journalism. So how did people who wanted to know find out what was happening militarily, but more importantly, what was happening in terms of principles and arguments and so on?
They have more newspapers than we do.
There's two things you can say about that. One is that the answer to your question is read, read, read. all right? Especially read those newspapers. There were over, I mean, I'm estimating here, David, correct me. There were something like 3,300, 3,600 newspapers in America in circulation at that point, and they were dailies, they were weeklies, they sometimes, tri-weeklies even. And they're all chock-a-block filled with exactly these arguments. So go to the newspapers, go to the magazines. This is an age of great literary magazines. You go to the North American Review, magazines of that sort. All of these issues are being laid out there. The magazines, the newspapers, these are a great place to take the pulse, to take the temperature of the discussions of the country. And it's amazing the things you will find in these newspapers. I had a box of these newspapers sent to me. This was by someone who had this collection for years and years and years, tried to sell them, couldn't get a price that they wanted for them, and ended up just saying, "Do you want these?" and mailed them to me. So I'm opening up a box of newspapers from 1861, 1862, 63. I open up William Cullen Bryant's New York Evening Post, January 2nd, 1863. Now, mind you, the New York Evening Post was printed as this huge one sheet that had to get folded 4 times to make a newspaper. That was the way they printed it on the steam presses. January 2nd, 1863. Guess what is the lead item in the headline? The Emancipation Proclamation. So you read that, and suddenly you are not only holding a piece of history, but you almost feel like you are there reading Bryant's Evening Post. And then you remember that William Cullen Bryant was the man who invited Lincoln to deliver the Cooper Institute speech on February 25th, 1860. And suddenly this whole galaxy of things, of events, comes together. So yeah, the newspapers, the magazines, and there's still more. Let me surrender the mic.
By the way, Alan, I start every course I teach with the first sentence of Herodotus. You ever read it?
Bravo.
He says, well, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, but I can't quote it exactly, but he says, history is the story and the reason why the Greeks fought the barbarians. I just tell my students, that's all you need to know. It's the story and the reason why. That's what we do.
There's a question in the balcony. Please identify yourself and where you're from.
Is this on?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
you're on.
Paula Sabloff, Santa Fe Institute. This is for Professor Ginzberg. Hi?
I couldn't see you, okay.
I was wondering why in the United States we have this emphasis on Susan B. Anthony and hear very little about Elizabeth Cady Stanton. I'd like your opinion on that.
Thank you. Can you hear me with this thing? Part of it is because of how the movement came to its final decades, that the movement for women's rights increasingly became narrowed to the movement for women's suffrage, which was Anthony's thing. Anthony was very focused. She was a lobbyist. She really, the 19th Amendment became known as the Susan B. Anthony Amendment. It was really, she was a leader of that major campaign, not toward the very end. She had passed away, but in some of its final decades. And Stanton, as I said in my talk, was really all over the place. She was focusing on her attacks on the clergy. She was focusing on divorce, on women's rights and marriage, and was never the kind of icon that Anthony was for what had become a narrower, more legislative campaign by then.
Other questions? Yes, right there.
A question for Professor Gordon-Reed. What was the position on slavery of Jefferson's great rival, Hamilton?
Hamilton is known as being anti-slavery. He was part of the Manumission Society in New York, which seemed to be more, there were people who owned slaves who were part of the Manumission Society, and I guess recently discovered that well, not recently discovered, but it's sort of, people focus on the fact that he may have owned, he and his wife owned at least a couple of enslaved people. But his position officially was anti-slavery.
In the sense that he was for abolishing slavery, or that
Manumission was to get people to emancipate their slaves. I don't know that he had no movement for a legislative solution to it.
Yes.
Cindy McLeod, retired National Park Service. I'd like to hear more from each of you about the phrase "the pursuit of happiness" and what it actually meant to Jefferson and Lincoln and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, because I think a lot of people don't know. I'm not sure I know.
Did Jefferson know?
Jefferson, no.
It's a great phrase.
It's a pursuit of happiness. I think it was, people say that it was about virtue, leading a virtuous life, to be independent. I don't think it was just, it wasn't consumerism. That was not it. To lead a virtuous life.
What about property?
I had always been taught that the phrase "pursuit of happiness" replaced an earlier version which was ownership of property.
Ownership of property.
That this seemed bigger and happier than that.
Shaking your head, Jeff.
Yeah, I would encourage, could we give a microphone to Jeffries right here, who's written on this very subject? If you could briefly chime in.
There's a book by this title.
It's right outside. The meaning of the phrase was accepted not just by Jefferson, but by all of the founders and all previous generations who read the same classical sources. Franklin has as his motto for his virtues project, "Without virtue, happiness cannot be." Jefferson makes a list of 12 virtues for his daughters to follow. It means being good, not feeling good, the pursuit of not long-term immediate pleasure, but long-term virtue. They get it from Cicero. Jefferson quotes Cicero's Manual on Grief as the definition of the pursuit of happiness, and it's just everywhere in the Christian sources, in the civic Republican sources, in the classical sources, and elsewhere. There was no initial draft of property because Jefferson's getting his definition of the pursuit of happiness not from the second treatise, but from the Essay Concerning Human Understanding, section 51. And the difference is that property, unlike happiness, is an alienable natural right. Obviously, you have to be able to alienate property to give it value and to have a method of exchange. By contrast, as we were talking about last night at the National Constitution Center, happiness, which is really a metaphor for freedom of conscience, a similar right, can't be alienated because you can't give anyone else the power to tell you what to think. You have to be free to think for yourself and to allow reason to master passion and to act virtuously rather than precipitously. So very commonly accepted for a very long time.
By the way, if you haven't read Jeff's book on this, he has me reading Cicero and Aristotle and Vattel and many others now, as he did in order. I'm not caught up yet, Jeff, but...
Thank you. And I think with that elevated note, we will end this morning's wonderful and exuberant session of history. Please make sure that if you haven't already, that you visit the museum, exhibit these truths, the declarations of independence, so that you see the physical evidence that is in the APS archive. Make sure that you check out the vitrines and enjoy your lunch. You will need to chew efficiently because we will be back at 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I'm Harvey Feinberg, one of our 3 vice presidents, and I have the privilege this afternoon of taking the chair, moderating the sessions. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. Wasn't it an inspiring morning? If we learned anything, the depiction of those 4 striking personalities of the 18th and 19th century teach us that America's ideals have always exceeded its reality, and that is as true today as it has ever been. But with pluck and luck, we can perhaps continue to move in a direction that closes the gap between the ideals of the founders and the reality of our lived days, today and in the future. This morning's coverage focused on key individuals. This afternoon, we're going to return on the theme of democracy, looking more broadly at the population across geographies and across people. We're going to begin this afternoon with a presentation by Thomas Carruthers, who is based at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He is there the director of the Democracy, Conflict, and Governance Program. This is the slightly awkward part. He's also the Harvey V. Feinberg Chair for Democracy Studies at the endowment. So it's a special pleasure for me to be able to welcome Tom here. He's a respected authority on democracy, on human rights, governance, the rule of law, civil society. He has supported democracy assistance programs for public and private institutions. He's conducted his own field research on democracy building efforts around the world. Prior to joining Carnegie Endowment, Tom Carruthers practiced international and financial law and served as an attorney advisor to the Office of the Legal Advisor of the U.S. State Department. He is a deeply respected author on the promotion of democracy. His most recent book, Democracies Divided: The Global Challenge of Political Polarization. This work explores the timely topic of the threat of political polarization to governments and people around the world. His talk today is titled, A Global Perspective on the Health of Democracies. Please join me in welcoming Thomas Carruthers. This will make it harder to advance the slides. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harvey, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big pleasure to be here. I've never had the chance to speak to this group before, so it's really a great pleasure for me. And being introduced by my namesake is a special treat. Living up to the Harvey V. Feinberg Chair it's no easy thing, Harvey. He was the chair of the board of the Carnegie Endowment for some time, and he set a standard in our board and for our organization of integrity, decency, commitment to public service, and a broad sense of international values of peace and cooperation that live on at our organization, in part thanks to you, Harvey. I'm asked these days pretty frequently to speak on the global health of democracy. Sometimes organizations invite me because they're very depressed. And they say, why don't you come, Tom, and give a talk and cheer us up in some way, find some basis for optimism. Other times I get invitations from organizations that say, you know, we're not paying enough attention to this. Come in and really startle us and shock us and get us animated. When I received this invitation, the APS did not give me a signal as to which kind of talk you want, because I can do either one. Maybe I could try to depress the people over here and cheer up the people over there. So here's what I am going to do in the limited time that I have. I'm going to try to illuminate the global health of democracy for you, to try to show you how complex it is, what I think some of the main drivers of it are. And yes, I am going to extract from that some elements that you could take away and say these are grounds for optimism, but also some other things that should keep you up at night a bit. So I'm going to have to move fairly quickly. It's a big world. It's a big, complicated picture. I find that from following the news, many people just see the global state of democracy as like a canvas with a lot of splotches of black on it. Just bad news everywhere. They feel like they can't turn the page of the newspaper, figuratively speaking, these days without another bad news story about democracy. And this undifferentiated nature of the canvas that they feel that they're gazing at is very debilitating, but more importantly, I think it's wrong. And that's what I want to try to do in my short time, is get you to see past the black splotches into what are some of the patterns of what's happening. I'm sure I'm sharing some of the analytic ground here with Professor Shapiro, who follows me. We didn't coordinate, but I'll do some, and I'm sure he'll do all of the rest. Now, it is certainly true that the global health of democracy is bad. There's no question. There are a number of international indices that measure the state of democracy in the world, and all of them concur that for the last 20 years, really since about 2005, there has been a steady deterioration in the overall sort of quantity and quality of democracy in the world. It's a pretty broad phenomenon, and it's fairly relentless. The Freedom House report that came out, Freedom in the World this year, said for the 20th straight year, they have to register yet another decline in global democracy. That fact that it appears to be just this broad, encompassing trend tends to make people sometimes try to find what I think of as single factor explanations, or the magic bullet explanation. You think, it must be this. That must be what it is. For some people, it's the rise of far-right populists, and they say it's people like that. And they look around the world, they, maybe starting close to home, they look around the world and they see them and think that's what's driving things. But actually, a lot of the people who've done terrible things for democracy in the last 20 years aren't far-right populists. There are people like Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, who's not a far-right populist. It's hard to characterize what he is. He's a political thug, basically. The leader of Tanzania last year, who ordered her security services to murder over 500 young Tanzanians in the street after they protested an election there. She's not a far-right populist. She's a tyrant. And I could go on. So yes, there's trouble with far-right populism in many places. No, it is not the overarching explanation. Other people focus in on technology and say, 2005 till now, must be the smartphone. It must be, isn't that the year the smartphone was introduced, right around then? Or it's social media. It must be technology. It can't be a coincidence that the digitalization wave corresponds so closely. It's just not that simple. And yes, of course, there are contributing factors, but technology is a very complex force, as you know, and just ascribing it to technology is far too simplistic. Or some people who have a more economic focus think this is all the failures of sort of late-stage capitalism, and that capitalism is in some kind of secular decline, and that must be what it is. But I won't go into why I don't think that's the case, but I don't think that's the case either. So what is happening? Now, imagine the world a circle with all of the countries, and you bisect it, and then you bisect one of the halves. So you have a half and sort of 2 quarters. There are roughly 200 countries in the world. About 100 of them are in this top half. There are 2 quadrants each with about 50 countries. One of the quadrants are the kind of what we used to call, until recently, the wealthy established democracies, or even advanced democracies, although if you come from the United States these days, using the term advanced democracy is a little bit uncomfortable. But these are the countries in Northern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the East Asian democracies like Japan and South Korea, pre-1989 democracies for the most part, before the Berlin Wall. So that's one set of countries. Another set are the closed autocracies, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, you know them. There are about 50 countries that are pretty fully closed off. Then you have a big bunch of countries, about 100 countries in the world, that are a very complex mix. And these are countries, many of which around 1989 or thereafter, attempted to become democratic. Some people call them the third wave democracies or attempted democracies because they were part of what political scientists like to call the third wave of democracy. And they vary widely. Countries like Turkey, for example, countries like Bolivia, Indonesia, you can name them. All over the world, there are countries that have attempted democracy. And these, unlike, fairly democratic, completely autocratic, these are a dog's breakfast of types of political regimes these days. They're all different types. There's some fairly successful democracies, some not so much, some sliding backward, some really headed for trouble, and so forth. Let me look quickly at each of these three groups because something different is happening with all three of them, and it's important to understand that. Let's start with the wealthy established democracies. The thing that I want to highlight, not everybody agrees with me on this is my own personal take on this, is yes, there are a lot of democratic tremors in this group. There's a lot of concern over, in Germany, the rise of the AfD, alienation of citizens from their institutions, a lot of worrying signs in European democracies and other established democracies. But the startling thing is, when you look at the indices, only the United States within this group has suffered a substantial decline in democracy in the last 20 years. Only the United States. The actual news from this group of countries is one of democratic resilience. It's not healthy. There's a lot of signs of trouble in these countries, but their systems are holding on. If you go to Canada and talk about the crisis of democracy, Canadians will say, yeah, we've got some real issues here. We've got, they can name various things. They are not suffering democratic decline in any significant way yet. So there's actually some good news there, in the sense that the wealthy established democracies are hanging on. Now, it does raise a very big question mark. Why is the United States the only wealthy established democracy that has slid back substantially? That would be the subject of a good conference. We don't have time for that today. I have a few thoughts about it. I'm sure Professor Shapiro does as well. There are some deep and complicated reasons why is the United States worse off these days on democracy than any of its peers. It is really, for a comparativist, it is an analytic puzzle of the first order, but don't have time for it right now. Second, the closed autocracies. These are the countries that 25 years ago, in the year 2000, when we entered this century, or 26 years ago, China, Russia, even Iran, we thought they were actually might be liberalizing or eventually democratizing. New leader had come in Russia, President Putin. China seemed to be growing quickly and maybe liberalizing a bit and so forth. Almost all of those countries have tightened the screws, become more autocratic in the last 25 years. Why? Complicated, but interesting. Here's why. First, they did well in the first decade of this century economically, thanks to rising commodity prices. A lot of them sell a lot of oil and gas, not China, but most of the others, the Gulf states and so forth. So they got a lot of wind at their back as leaders, and they felt like, we don't need to liberalize, we're doing well. But then in the last 10 years or so, a lot of them are having trouble governing. They're not providing answers to their citizens. Even China, the miracle of the Chinese economy, is struggling to keep Chinese people employed and happy in a China of slower growth. Russia is delivering horrendous governance results to its citizens. And as these autocrats are struggling with their citizens, they're tightening the screws politically to keep them from rising up. And so the decline of political space in these countries is a sign that these countries are failing at some deeper level. I wouldn't say China overall is failing, but the Chinese model is showing serious strains. But most of the others are having a very hard time providing what their citizens want. Again, you could find some good news in that. It isn't that the autocracies are succeeding. They're getting worse because they're failing. Now, the third set of countries is the complicated one, this huge mix of countries, the post-1989 democracies. Why are they struggling so much? This is where the democratic backsliding is really occurring. Turkey, you think about, used to be a hopeful case of democracy, has gone steadily backward. Indonesia seemed to be, an inspiring Muslim majority democracy 25 years ago. Today is on the watch list and so forth. The basic situation in these countries is that pluralism rushed in after 1989. It was the ethos of the 1990s and the new century. Citizens wanted a voice, they wanted a vote. Authoritarian regimes fell, pluralism arrived. But in most of those countries, they had very little experience with democracy, meaning they had very weakly rooted rule of law, weakly rooted civic institutions, fairly thinly rooted independent media, and so forth. And so they opened up their systems to choices and voting and parties, and a lot of political predators emerged. Some very nasty people like Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, who have taken advantage of their time and power to steamroller these weak institutions and crush them one by one. And so a lot of the democratic problems in these countries is entirely predictable if you knew that democracy had arrived very quickly in countries. It isn't that they weren't, quote, ready for democracy, but yes, they were inexperienced, and democracy, as we know from our own country, doesn't happen just in a year or 10 years. It's a very long process, iterative process of deepening institutions. And so it's pretty predictable what happened in most of these countries. That may not make you feel better, but if you understand that this isn't a deeper crisis of whether or not democracy is legitimate as a system, it's democracy struggling to work against political predators who are trying to do it in, then that's a different kind of battle that you should understand. So from this picture, what you have to realize is very different things are going on. And so if you see a story in the paper and think, democratic backsliding occurring here in this country, why? Think of which of those three groups is it in? And then if you think, oh, I see, they're cracking down in Iran and murdering students in the streets. Yeah, because the Iranian regime is failing to produce anything good for its people, and people are rising up against it. So they're turning yet more autocratic because they don't have a choice, because their back is to the wall. Or if it's a country in the second group, or the third group that I said of the 100 countries, think, who's the political predator here? Why did citizens choose this person? What led them to vote them into power? What might stop them? It's a different sort of question, and so forth. So I promised you some better news and some worse news. The better news is that the autocratic regimes do not have an answer. They have not found a system of government. Yes, there's the example of China. No other country in the world has, quote, followed the Chinese model to success. The Chinese model is Chinese. It has a particular set of characteristics that China has managed to make work, but no other, if you're in Malawi or Bolivia and you say you want the China model, it's just not really going to work for you. So the autocratic countries have not found a solution. That's good news for democracy. Secondly, in the established democracies, it's good news that most of them are surviving. It's only the United States that's really, really struggling right now. So that's, on balance, is actually good news. Yes, as I said, tremors in those countries, but the systems are not failing. And in the third set of countries, it was pretty predictable that these countries would struggle, and we have to have a bit more patience. Not that we have to be blithe about it, but say it's not really surprising that in these many countries, democracy is working hard to root itself. I wrote an article back in 1997 in Foreign Affairs called Democracy Without Illusions, after all the enthusiasm of '89 and thereafter, and I said, it's going to be hard. The article sank like a stone when I published that article, because it was the moment where everyone was very excited and said, what do you mean democracy without illusions? I love the illusion. I love this, what's happening. But that's come back to bite us. It's very hard in these other countries. And so it's not exactly shiny good news, but if you look carefully, it's nuanced, it's complex, it's not a single bad thing that's happening to democracy. The system is not being delegitimated by a rival system that's doing better. Yes, it's facing profound challenges from citizens who are unhappy about it in many ways, but that's not, in my view, a fundamental crisis of the idea of democracy. I mentioned bad news, so I'll close with that. This is the first time we have had a world in, at least my lifetime, all of the major powers, the big three right now, are not working on the side of democracy in the world. I hate to say this, I have devoted my life to studying the US as a supporter of democracy, with all of its blemishes in the past, and there have been a lot. But we have never had a US government that clearly has no interest in the state of democracy in the world, in any broad or significant way, I would say, and seems to be committing itself to helping illiberal politicians and parties in a number of countries align itself very openly, in some cases, I would say shamelessly, with autocrats, and is broadcasting out to the world a very troubled model. So you have China, Russia, and the United States, the most powerful countries by far, none of which is working on the side of democracy. That's bad news. So actually, I could go on with a few more pieces, but I think that's enough bad news for now, and I want to leave some time for questions and comments. Harvey.
I think, Tom, you've managed to both depress and inspire us in the same 20 minutes, but thank you. The floor is open for question, and I see here. So, please.
Thank you very much.
Could you just identify yourself
Yes,
briefly?
I am Ernesto Cedillo Ponce de Leon, a long-time server of Yale University and also a former student of it. And a former president of Mexico. I forgot about that. And that's the question I want to make. It's intriguing to me how events in my part of the world, Mexico and farther south, are ignored when, except you mentioned Nicaragua, but there are many other cases in Latin America where the regression is evident and very painful. And of course, the case of Mexico, for me at least, is dramatic. 30 years ago or so, we managed to get an independent and professional judiciary, independent electoral authorities, clean and legal elections, a number of autonomous institutions to check power of the executive, and the practical consequence of that is not only that we had free, legal, fair elections, but we had different parties coming into government. Starting in September 2024, all of that has been destroyed in my country. We, by an act violating the Constitution, one party has taken control, 2/3 majority. They have changed the Constitution, and they have wiped out, fired the whole judiciary, federal and state. We no longer have independent electoral institutions. The army was given the national police and entitled to investigate people. The habeas corpus has been weakened dramatically, which used to be a protection for citizens. They have enhanced the reason for which a person can be kept in prison indefinitely without a due process. And the list is very long. And this dramatic set of circumstances simply has been ignored in the rest of the world. So there is no formally, nor constitutionally, nor formally, not practically, democracy anymore in Mexico. And this has been repeated in various countries in Central America and in South America. And it's a non-event. Why is that?
There was a question at the end.
There was. I don't think it's a non-event. I agree with your analysis of Mexico, unfortunately. And first of all, it's an honor to be with you here today. I was coming into the room and I walked past you and I said, wait a minute, is that the former president of Mexico? You are, a very well-known person, and it's an honor to have you here today. And I feel your pain. Mexico was an example of a very encouraging democratization 30 years ago, as you said. Mexico's electoral commission was a model for countries around the world, a model of probity and efficiency. It's been destroyed by AMLO, the predecessor to the current president. I would say two things. One, I think it is an example of a country where pluralism was introduced. Democratic institutions were really built in, as you described, a constitution, an electoral commission, et cetera. But someone was elected who simply was not a democratic person, and he was, I guess I would have to use the word, a democratic predator, in the sense that he started taking apart democracy for his own purposes. and was able to override these institutions and begin to undermine them. And that's an example to me of I think Mexico is going to come through it. I think Mexico, the roots are deeper, and I think, you know, it may make it over time. But it is an example of that, in that large set of countries I mentioned, of a country that is really struggling, given that there are sharks in the political waters in Mexico that do not conform to the norms of democracy. Why does it not get as much attention here in the United States as it should? Well, unfortunately, because for the United States, as you know, throughout the 20th century, our relations with Mexico have long defined transactional. You know, the U.S.-Mexican business relationship is profound, a good relationship for both countries, although threatened by the current administration in Washington. But the United States, and of course Mexicans too, have been sensitive about interventionism from the north and have not really wanted the United States to insert itself. But the United States has seen the advantage of getting along with who's ever in charge in Mexico because of business interests and security interests. And I'm afraid that's an example of a country that's been subject to that kind of transactionalism.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, I think, if there is. Yes, please.
Linda Greenhouse, Stockbridge, Massachusetts. I'm a little unclear about the differences between Category 2 and Category 3, in the sense that it seems to me what they share is inexperience with democracy. There's no democracy in their DNA. And so it being imported, it hasn't taken root in the absence of institutions of civil society and so on. So I wonder if you could maybe clarify those two categories and tell me if you think I'm right in any way.
Before 1989, the world was simpler. There were about 50 democracies, and all of the rest of the world was non-democratic. And then we had the third wave of democracy, the tremendous spread of democracy. Many of the countries went down that road and tried to make it work, but about 40 or 50 countries didn't even go on that road. China never really attempted democracy. Iran never really attempted democracy. Myanmar sort of did in 2010, but not really. So what it is it's sort of like there were 40 or 50 unpopped kernels in the kettle of democracy that just simply didn't even start on a path of democracy, whereas about 100 did. You know, they had new elections, they had new political parties that formed, the authoritarian regime fell, and so forth. So that's the difference between those categories. Some never really tried. Autocracy is really deeply rooted in those places because they've just never experienced a true opening. Others experienced real openings, like Turkey, but it's closing back down. So the difference is never opened versus closing back down.
Tom, thank you so much. You've given us a lot to think about, and we really appreciate your
pleasure.
being here. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is a recently inducted APS member whom we met earlier, Professor Ian Shapiro, the Sterling Professor of Political Science and Global Affairs at Yale University. Dr. Shapiro is a scholar of democracy, justice, and methods of social inquiry, most recently exploring the relation between democracy and wealth distribution and their impacts on populist politics. He's the author of numerous books covering topics such as economic insecurity, global terrorism, and morality in politics. His forthcoming book, After the Fall, From the End of History to the Crisis of Democracy, How Politicians Broke Our World. In that work, he argues that the current political crisis was not something that had to happen, but rather was the result of bad political decision-making. We'll have to hear some examples of that. It's hard to imagine. But what is really characteristic throughout his work is the way Dr. Shapiro shuns theory-driven or method-driven approaches for the challenges facing democracy, and instead favoring a clear-eyed, direct understanding of the problem and what are the possible solutions. I know you look forward, as I, to hearing Professor Shapiro's talk titled Angry Populist Politics, Why is it happening and what to do about it? Professor Shapiro.
Thanks so much. Thanks for that introduction. So I am going to be speaking about this subject of the rise of populist politics, drawing on my forthcoming book. I'd say just a couple of prefatory comments. The book, as was already alluded to, the central focus of this book is on paths not taken, on choices made or foregone that either closed off better possibilities or made our current baleful circumstances more likely. And I'll refer to some of those today. It's very much not a 20/20 hindsight book in that all the arguments that I make, I look at serious arguments that were made both inside and outside of government for doing things differently that were ignored or brushed aside. So that's a second theme that's central to what I'm talking about. And a third theme of the book is that mainstream politicians, parties, and governments have been complicit in producing the circumstances that many of them are now decrying and wringing their hands about in ways that they haven't fully appreciated. And I'll give some indications of that along the way. People will say accurately that even if there's truth to what I say, what's going on now, particularly with the current administration, is orders of magnitude more extreme than anything that's been done in the last 25 years. But this, to me, calls to mind Ernest Hemingway's line about how he went bankrupt, first gradually and then suddenly. And so I think it's really important to pay attention to the choices that were made or foregone and the paths not taken in getting from the incredible euphoria of 1989 to the world that we are living in today. And I'm going to focus, obviously I'm not going to make all the arguments in the book, I'm just going to zero in on three concepts that I think are worth our attention: unilateralism, insecurity, and the advent of zero-sum politics. And I think these have been important both in geopolitics and international affairs and in domestic politics, and I'm going to sort of walk through that. So this doesn't seem to be working. So I'm going to start first by talking about unilateralism, and then I'll talk about insecurity, and then I'll come on to zero-sum politics. So one thing that has characterized the transition from what we might think of as the unipolar moment after the collapse of the Soviet Union to the politics of today has been the advent of unilateralism on behalf particularly of the United States. Begins with the 2003 invasion of Iraq without Security Council authorization, with coalitions of the willing, and the declaration by President George W. Bush that you're either with the terrorists or you're with us, and just, going for broke. A second dimension of international unilateralism, I think, is the decision to expand NATO, rejecting the arguments of many who said the thing to focus on in the post-Cold War is actually the new Russia. None other than Richard Nixon, for example, made a very powerful case we should be learning the lessons of post-World War II, and focusing on Russia in the way that we did on Germany and Japan in the wake of World War II, building them up, Marshall Plan, all of that, and not repeat the mistakes after World War I. And in fact, the world that we created after the Cold War is much more like the way the victorious powers behaved after World War I. We didn't invest substantially in the new Russia. We provoked big backlash all through the 1990s. Yeltsin was pushing hard to join NATO and to integrate economically with Europe. All of those entreaties were brushed aside, and the Clinton administration expands NATO into Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic in 1999. Bush adds 7 more countries in 2004. 2007, they're talking about expanding NATO into Georgia and Ukraine. Putin invades Georgia the following year, and it's off to the races. Putin may well have turned into the kind of authoritarian leader he became anyway, but nothing that the West did took seriously the possibility of exploring other possibilities. And indeed, in the first few years of Putin's premiership, he was also pushing hard for Russia to join NATO, to become economically integrated with Europe, and none of that transpired. The third dimension of unilateralism in the international world was the deployments by NATO from Kosovo to Libya. In Kosovo, 1999, NATO bombs the Serbs in Kosovo. No Security Council authorization. No NATO country is threatened. They just did it. Produced a lot of euphoria on the humanitarian intervention side in the West, but condemned by Russia, China, across the global South, India, South Africa, and so on. 2011 in Libya, President Obama authorizes NATO to facilitate toppling the Gaddafi regime. Again, no NATO nation is threatened. They go far beyond the authorization from the Security Council, which didn't include regime change or anything close to it, producing a failed state that persists to this day, an arms bazaar across North Africa and the Middle East, fueling conflicts from Mali to Syria. If we think about unilateralism on the domestic front, I think it's the advent of neoliberalism, it came to be called, which was basically the troika of deregulation, free trade, and privatization. And this basically comes into its own after the 1970s because Keynesianism is on the back foot. It appears to have been discredited by its inability to deal with the stagflation of the 70s. That opens the way for neoliberal thinkers who have been hanging around in think tanks for decades to be Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, mainstream them, essentially saying there is no alternative. This was Thatcher's famous phrase, Tina, there is no alternative. And that, I think, goes into overdrive with the collapse of communist economics. And it really does appear to be this idea that there's no alternative. Center-left parties take basically the same view. They conclude the only route to power is by showing that they can administer the same neoliberal privatized economic systems better than the center-right. And so you have this convergence. Everybody had better just suck it up and get with the program because there is no alternative. Let me talk about insecurity. Again, in the international system, there's increased insecurity, the U.S. becoming more unpredictable as a byproduct of its unilateralism. It's no longer the provider of collective goods that it used to be. After 2008, there's the demise of the Washington Consensus because the West had so clearly led the world into an economic catastrophe. We start hearing less and less about the Washington Consensus, more and more about the Beijing Consensus. The unipolar moment is over. We're hearing more and more about the emergence of unstable alliances. And on the domestic front, what we see on the insecurity dimension is, and I think this is hugely important, the disappearance of long-term employment security. The world in which people finish their education, whether high school or college, got a job and worked for a company for 30 years and then retired, that world has gone away. And instead, we're in a world of downward mobility and the expectation of it. First generation people expecting their children to do less well than them. And I'll just show you a few charts to underscore this point. So this is a panel study the U.S. Department of Labor has been conducting. But the takeaway point here is that this is a study of baby boomers in the sense that people finishing their education today should expect to change jobs more than 12 times during their working lives. Now, here that's the US. Here's some from 2012 to 2022, the story. This is just Germany. Again, the people employed for 10 years or more are shrinking, and people in more and more short-term employment are increasing. Now, for some people, this is fine. Going from opportunity to opportunity. Finishing college. Doing a few startups, maybe work for McKinsey, go back to business school, going from opportunity to opportunity. But that's not most people. For most people, it's going down the occupational ladder from full-time to part-time, from jobs with good benefits to less good benefits to no benefits. And one way you can get a bead on this is people who go from one job straight to another job, so they're getting a better job, their wages go up, whereas people who've been short-term unemployed, bouts of unemployment between jobs, these are people getting laid off, their wages go down, and if they've been unemployed for longer, they go down even more. And so this is just other lenses on the same phenomenon, that long-term employment is just disappearing in virtually every age category. Another lens on this in the US is the Fed runs this study. They asked the question, if you had to find $400 for a medical emergency, could you come up with it without either borrowing it from somebody else or putting it on a credit card that you wouldn't be able to pay off at the end of the month? And more than 30% of Americans couldn't find that $400. And indeed, if you look at by age, they break it down in various ways. Young people are the most vulnerable on that front. And one of the puzzles people have is why are young people supporting extreme right parties? The traditional idea was, you people start out. I think it was Robert Bork who said, if you're not a socialist before age 30, you have no heart. And if you are a socialist after age 30, you have no head. But this is a different phenomenon now. The youth have been voting for far-right parties, not only in the US, but elsewhere. This is a study by the European Council on Foreign Relations. Whoops. Did something bad there. Never mind, I think we can, there we go, okay. But this is they're asking people whether they have discretionary income at the end of the month. And, you know, half of people, even in the Nordic countries, not even half the population has discretionary income at the end of the month. So it's people, you know, living in a situation where any unexpected event becomes a threatening one. So that's what I would say about insecurity. So the rise of a zero-sum world is America firstism. I think this is the reason, you know, Trump has a relentlessly zero-sum view of the world. If, you know, if we are providing weapons for Ukraine, we're getting ripped off unless we're getting mineral rights. There's no notion that there might be gains from trade, or that, you know, we're providing security for Europe is a way of limiting nuclear proliferation. Everything is seen in zero-sum terms, and that feeds the reason that the U.S. stops being a collective goods provider, because they don't see any returns for providing them. In the domestic realm, we see the disappearance of inclusive growth, which is a byproduct of neoliberalism, which produces gains that all accrue to the top, while the bottom 90% have wages that have been stagnating at best for decades. And this interesting work by economists on the relationship between economic growth and zero-sum attitudes. And the basic story here is that when economic growth is low, people are much more likely to see the world in zero-sum terms. So, you know, you can only get rich at others' expense, and success is about luck and connections. Whereas when economic growth is high, people see the possibility of gains from trade. They see wealth can grow so that there's enough for everyone, that hard work brings success. And, you know, the big story of the post-war period was that in the early, you know, until about 1980, when growth was much higher, there was also a much higher incidence of positive sum thinking. And as we've entered this era of lower growth, you also see the rise of more zero-sum attitudes. If somebody comes in from Mexico, that means that a job has gone away for an American. The Polish plumbers are taking the British jobs. There's no, you know, there's no conception that it might be mutually beneficial. And this is a very interesting literature, and people even show that in periods of economic contraction, like after the financial crisis, you see more zero-sum thinking. So I would just end by spending a little bit of time talking about immigration, because I think it marries the international to the domestic dimensions of this talk. And so one of the biggest puzzles is of our current circumstances is that this is old age dependency ratios. That's the ratio of working population to retired population. And the story in all of these, this is for the OECD. We've got shrinking working age populations supporting expanding retired populations. And so you can see the white bubbles were what that ratio was in 1980. The black bar is where we are now. And the black bubbles are the projections out to 2060. And so any economic demographer looking at this data would say, all of these countries need immigration, right? That's the obvious thing that they need, because they need to increase the working age population who are paying taxes supporting retired populations. And indeed, if you look at the countries that have had more immigration recently, they're having higher economic growth. Spain, Poland because of Ukrainians coming in. But it's politically explosive, right? And so the sort of trap that we're in is that populist entrepreneurs can appeal to zero-sum views of the world to mobilize populations against immigration, when actually this is what these countries need. Because if they don't have immigration, they're going to have intergenerational class warfare. Because there simply is, you know, Tom Carruthers talked about the way in which Europe is different from the US, but even in the US, you know, the Trump administration says, we're not going to touch Social Security, we're not going to, you know, we're not going to really destroy the welfare state. They're just adding to the deficit to spend on other things and so forth. But in Europe, the far-right populist parties are not against the welfare state. If, you know, the National Rally in France actually wants to reduce the retirement age still further. Farage wants to give more benefits to people for having more children and so on. And so there's simply no way to do the arithmetic if you are not going to have immigration. But you're never going to be able to get out of this trap unless we get to a world in which there's more inclusive economic growth where the benefits are more broadly distributed, because if the system doesn't produce benefits for most people, they don't really have any incentives to support the system. And so the last part of my book and my previous book on The Wolf at the Door is what are the kinds of policies that will reestablish inclusive growth in the era of the tech economies that we're heading into now. But I will stop here.
Professor Shapiro, thank you very much, and particularly now I know we all have to read the book to get to that last chapter.
Yeah.
But we're open now for questions if there are in the audience. And here, let me recognize in the back, and please identify yourself as well.
I'm Barbara Yatzak from Berkeley. I'm curious, what is the role of the marginal top tax rate in this interesting problem you just showed us on the last slide?
Marginal top tax rate?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's what is, I think, much more, how progressive the tax system is often not very illuminating. For instance, some of the the US has more steeply progressive taxes than some of the Nordic countries. But the point is they have much higher taxation per capita. So, you know, the rate at which you tax is a separate question from how much the population is taxed. And I think the real challenge for most of these countries is that they will have to tax more and more and more and more in order to support their welfare states unless they increase the size of the tax-paying population. So progressivity on its own, I don't think tells you a lot. But I think make one other point in connection with this, which is, you know, one of the true things that Trump said in 2024 when attacking the Biden administration, they kept wheeling out the claim that Biden talks about creating all these jobs, but these jobs are going to immigrants. You know, the jobs are all going to the immigrants. But this is in Spain, a lot of the growth is immigrants. And, you know, I just read some studies about Poland that at least 0.5% a year of growth is due to the immigrants. It doesn't matter if they're paying taxes into the system. And so I think the real challenge for taxation is just the shrinking base to tax. And then you will for sure get fights over progressivity if that is not an expanding tax base.
Thank you. Other question? Yes, please. Wait for a mic. It's on its way.
Yeah, Rich Schiffer in Indiana. I'd like to hear your view, and maybe the other speakers' views as well, about democracy from a biological and evolutionary perspective. Is democracy something that tends to survive and propagate, or something fragile that over time will tend to die off? Because there's many reasons to think that there's so many factors that are needed to make a democracy thrive that it's a fragile institution, or not. What do you think?
Well, I don't think anything is inevitable in life, and I think that it is a fragile institution. I'm sort of with Churchill. It's the worst system except for the alternatives. But I don't think I think Albert Hirschman made the point decades ago in his Bias for Hope essays that it's what political scientists call output legitimacy. If the system doesn't deliver for most people, they're not going to have an incentive to support it. And so if people tend to be retrospective voters, they tend to not to read manifestos and programs and so on and so forth. They tend to make retrospective judgments on whether the system has been working or not. If it has, they tend to support the existing regime. If not, not. In a democracy, they'll kick them out. In an authoritarian system, as Tom said, they'll probably become more repressive because they're not being supported. But I think, I'm a political scientist. The oldest assertion in political theory is that all regimes decay. So I think they have to be sustained.
Professor Shapiro, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your remarks. We're now going to hear from two speakers. Scott Rasmussen, who's president of RMG Research and founder of the Neapolitan Institute, and Spencer Baim, who's the head of brand creative and marketing at the Google incubator Jigsaw. Scott Rasmussen is a leading public opinion pollster, a top political analyst who uses history and understanding of national public opinion to contextualize problems facing the country. He's the co-founder with his father, Bill Rasmussen, of ESPN, and he became the first pollster to offer data directly to the public, just as the internet was rising into prominence through the 1990s. Spencer Baim is a brand development and marketing leader recognized for pushing cultural boundaries. His work prioritizes authentic storytelling and engaging brand experiences and has been featured at the Museum of Modern Art. He spent 16 years working for Vice Media Group, where he founded their Virtue worldwide agency. He later served as the first chief brand officer. This impressive collaboration that we're about to hear from the Neapolitan Institute and Jigsaw, the two together have developed a project they call We the People. This uses AI to challenge the idea that America is an inherently and hopelessly divided nation. So their talk today is entitled, We the People, 250 Years Later, a national conversation on freedom and equality. Please join me in welcoming Scott Rasmussen and Spencer Baim.
Well, thank you. On behalf of the Neapolitan Institute, we really are honored by the opportunity to share our work with you. It's an exciting time. Now, I have to begin with a little bit of a confession. I am an optimist. I believe that America's best days are still to come, that our children and grandchildren will live lives far better than we can imagine. And if you're a little skeptical, I don't just say that because I'm in a good mood today. Over the past 4 decades, I have probably seen more polling data than any person on the planet. And when you look beyond the surface of what do they think about this issue or that politician, and you look at the deeper currents of what people think, it's actually pretty encouraging. Another reason I'm optimistic is this We the People project we've put together, we'll be talking about today. We convened a national discussion with 5 people from every congressional district in America. We asked them to talk about what freedom and equality mean in the 21st century. When you began to look through this, and we'll get to the results a little later, but kind of a spoiler alert, nobody talks like Thomas Jefferson anymore. But the ideals that Thomas Jefferson wrote about are very much a part of our nation's cultural DNA. Or maybe more precisely, especially after this morning's talk, the cultural DNA is the way Abraham Lincoln talked about Thomas Jefferson's ideals. That's what we're finding when we go through this. Now, when I look at this data, I put it through the filter of one of my favorite quotes. It's by historian Paul Johnson, who said, "The creation of the United States of America is the greatest of all human adventures." I like that quote for 2 reasons, or actually 2 words. The first, he used the word is. The creation of the United States is not something that happened in the past. It is something that is still going on, and we are a part of it today. The other word I like is adventures. It's not an achievement. It's not something that happened 250 years ago. It's an adventure that began 250 years ago, and we're a part of it today. Now, anybody who's ever been part of a creative process knows sometimes it goes well and harmoniously, and sometimes it can get really ugly. And in America today, we're going through some of the tough times. Only 21% of voters nationwide, 1 out of 5, believe that they have a friend from the other political team they could talk to on a rational basis. Most Republicans do not believe most Democrats love their country. Most Democrats do not believe most Republicans love their country. This polarization is real. It is in the political realm that we see it. So what do we do with that? Well, at the Napolitan Institute, we believe the drivers of this creative process are everyday Americans. It's not presidents, it's not elected politicians, it's not corporate CEOs. It might be the APS, but other than that, we think it's going to everyday Americans. And if you want to understand where the country is, that's where you have to go. Now, the challenge is, when I started polling, so we'll date myself, but there were 3 television networks. We had common reference points. We don't have that anymore. If I were to ask a question in a way that made sense to people in this audience, about 90% of America would have no idea what I'm talking about. So we wanted to go to find a way to actually let people tell us in their own words what they think. We wanted to create this national conversation. To do that, we had to create a structured conversation in which we asked some open-end questions, and then we used AI as a supporting tool. And then from there, we went on and began to think about what does this mean, and we came up with a very unusual way of presenting a research report. But to make it all happen, we had to have a great tech partner, and for that we worked with Jigsaw, a tech incubator inside of Google, and Spencer Baim, good friend, is going to be talking about that now.
Hello, everyone. Great pleasure to be here. First of all, apologies that you're going to hear an English accent talking about America as it reaches its 250th birthday. And secondly, my glasses are going to come on and off throughout this as I check my notes. As Scott said, I work for Jigsaw, this great little incubator within Google. If you were to come to our offices, you would see product people next to research people, next to engineers, next to storytellers and marketers like myself. We've been around for about 15 years, and the work that we do always sits at the heart of technology and societal challenges that partners like Scott think we can crack. In the 2 years that I've been there, the majority of our work, as you might guess, has been at the cutting edge of AI. How can we use AI to solve problems today that couldn't have been solved 6 months ago or 3 months ago? Our work always starts with a challenge and always starts with a partner. One of the domains that we've been working on is giving people more agency in their civic life. While others at Google and elsewhere are making grand advancements in efficiency and productivity, and science, of course, we challenged ourselves with a different kind of question. Chatbots are known for you chatting with them, but what if AI could help you chat better with someone else, human to human? In a world that is increasingly divided, would it be possible to help people have better conversations and have a feeling that their voice and that their opinion matters? And if we did this right, could we offer that information back to civic leaders so they could understand what their constituents want better? To pilot this, we had a wonderful time and spent a lot of time in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I basically lived there for about 6 weeks. It's about an hour away from Nashville. Their judge executive was facing an opportunity and a challenge. The population of one county was about to double in the next 25 years. He wanted to know what BG could be, what Bowling Green could be. He wanted this growth to be thoughtful, and he wanted this growth to be considered. And he really wanted to listen to what his constituents wanted, to use his words so that the future happened for them rather than to them. He was frustrated with the traditional methods of listening, of understanding, of hearing. He told us about his experience running town halls when only 7 people turned up to discuss the most important issues that mattered to them. Our engineers back at Jigsaw created a digital town hall app that was really fun to use. Residents added their ideas, and these ideas flowed and flowed and flowed, and you upvoted and you downvoted all the different ideas. 8,000 people participated rather than 8. 7,000 ideas were submitted, and over 1 million votes were cast. But this presented a real issue. What can you do with all that information? A human being would take weeks to go through all of that. Our engineers created an AI sense-making tool that summarized, categorized, and visualized the report in an instant. This is what Scott witnessed when he came down to Bowling Green. He saw an opportunity for taking this technology from the county to the country, and we saw an opportunity to continue pushing our technology forward. I want to explain to you a little bit about what we did and how we held this national conversation. We took the conversation structure really seriously, piloting how it could work and what was not working. We created an online platform for We the People and started with an open-ended conversation 250 years after your country was founded. What does freedom and equality mean to you? It asked. Participants were invited to type in their answers, and boy, did they type. I think this was partly due to the fact that people like to be asked questions and like to be heard, like their ideas to be heard, but also because they felt like they were part of an important conversation. Our engineers developed a tool that followed up, an AI tool that followed up with one question. They encouraged the participant to go deeper with their response. Our team spent a long time perfecting the tone of this, eventually finding a voice similar to a friendly neighbor. We made it extremely clear to the participants that this follow-up question was generated by AI. We call this smart elicitation. Taking the words and following up with this question, something very, very special happened. People went deeper, they were more emotional, their thoughts flowed authentically. This was a magic moment to see. The AI tool then generated 27 opinion statements from the words of those participants. Participants explored these statements and they responded, and these ideas, and they responded, a virtual conversation across America. The quotes and the replies from these two parts resulted in 1.6 million words, ideas and thoughts of modern-day Americans. This was about 6 months ago. 1.6 million words is more words than 86 episodes of The Sopranos.
Oh, I just have to jump in.
Yeah.
It's about 10 times the number of words in the Federalist Papers. Seems like a more appropriate comparison here.
Know your audience. Finally, we asked participants to agree or disagree with 26 AI-generated statements from 1.6 million words that were likely to have the broadest appeal across the conversation and across America's point of view. And then?
Well, my life, my career has been about seeing tech and adapting it. The creation of ESPN is always thought of as a sports story, but actually it was a tech story. Back in the late 70s, there was this new thing called satellite communications that let us send a signal around the country more quickly and more cost-effectively than ever before. So that led to that innovation. So you can imagine my excitement. I go to Bowling Green, get excited about this idea, and then for the next 8 months or so, once or twice a month, I go into the Jigsaw headquarters in Lower Manhattan, and I sit with 17 software engineers who want to build a platform for us. This was really fun. And we can talk about all the details, but I just want to highlight a couple of features of the things that we did. First, after we asked people to express their views, we did a couple of other things. We let them hear what other everyday Americans had to say, how they answered the same questions. This was important to me. I didn't want it to be like Frank Luntz leading a focus group to where he wants it to go. I didn't want to use a pollster's gimmick of saying, well, experts say this, because you can skew anything. We wanted them to see what other people had to say, gauge their reaction to that. And it really helped a lot. I mean, imagine you're at a dinner conversation and somebody says something and somebody else comments, and you begin to have a bigger thought by the end of it than you did at the very beginning, because frankly, when the first time a pollster asks you something, you haven't thought through all the implications. Second thing that was really important to us, while I had great faith in the Jigsaw team, we wanted to test every aspect of the AI process. So when Spencer says we used AI to present statements that we thought would represent a consensus, we had tested that in a couple of ways. We did run them back by the same people who were in the conversation to see if they thought it was good, but we also ran what we call the validation poll. Every single statement we tested by a traditional public opinion poll to make sure the responses we were getting were consistent. So as we began to go through this process and think about these things, we also shared with people some of the historic statements, some of the ones we've heard today about what freedom and equality means. We wanted to get them thinking about this. And just to be clear, right from the beginning of this process, they understood that they were going to be asked to take part in creating a declaration of American ideals for the 21st century. That was their participation in the process. I can tell you about the results. I think the overview, I've already said, a little bit like Thomas Jefferson or Abe Lincoln's version of Thomas Jefferson, but they also highlighted something else. We are not a 50-50 polarized nation. What I believe we are is a 10-10-80 nation. What we saw in the results, there are people on both the left and right who reject America's founding ideals. There are 10% on the left who are at war with 10% on the right. But the vast majority, the 80% of Americans, hate the political fighting. They want to live their own lives and help make their communities a little better. And they deeply, deeply embrace America's founding ideals. And when we began to think of how to put it all together, I could have shown you lots of bar charts. I've done lots of presentations like that. But we actually created a Declaration of American Ideals. And let me tell you how we did it. We went through the process. We had people vote on propositions. If representatives from 2/3 of the congressional districts approved an ideal, it went into this statement. So it couldn't be just the red districts or just the blue districts. We got people to find some level of common ground. These statements that are specific in the ideals, we posted verbatim as they came out of the process. There were some other attitudes that they told us, and we put those in language that, as Thomas Jefferson said of a declaration long ago, seemed appropriate to the moment. We wanted to put something that seemed appropriate for America's 250th. And I'm going to just read you the declaration. This is not a statement of where people think we are. It's a statement of where they think our ideals are and where we should be as a nation. Some of them are going to sound very familiar to you. Some of them will be a little bit different. But and again, these are not my words. This was created by 2,409 people representing every congressional district in America. Today, as everyday Americans, representing all of our nation's 435 congressional districts, we stand with countless other Americans who over the last 250 years passed on America's continuing efforts to more fully define and enact our nation's founding ideals of freedom, equality, and self-governance. We freely acknowledge differences of opinion on many things, some of them significant. Yet, despite those differences, our discussion and our consideration of what others had to say led us to discover that we remain united in support of these founding ideals. Therefore, as part of our nation's continuing conversation about freedom and equality, we hereby declare that 21st century Americans embrace the following ideals. We have been endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. But in today's language, we understand that to mean all men and women are created equal. We should be judged by the content of our character, not by the color of our skin. That, by the way, was the only ideal that had not a single congressional district in opposition. We further declare our understanding of these ideals at this point in our nation's history. People are born with basic rights that the government does not give them and cannot take away. Freedom is the power to make your own choices and to control your own life. Freedom is the right to express your thoughts and beliefs without fear of punishment. Freedom is being able to live your life feeling safe from harm and persecution. Equality is recognizing that all people have the same basic worth and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Equality is everyone having the same opportunity to succeed based on their own efforts. It is not a guarantee of the same results. Equality also means that the law should apply to everyone in the same way, no matter who they are. Having found common ground in support of these ideals, the task before 21st century Americans is the same as those who came before us. We must pass these blessings on to future generations by helping our nation move ever closer to living out these ideals. If we can do that, we will have done our part to ensure that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Thank you. We have a... Before we do any questions, Patrick,
Okay, I hadn't heard about this part.
Okay. We are pleased to present this Declaration of American Ideals to the American Philosophical Society. We are thrilled that it will be part of your America 250 collection. And something else, when Patrick and I first discussed this, he talked of the difficulty of going back to the bicentennial and finding out words from everyday Americans. So the society here is going to be the repository for all 1.6 million words of our We the People process. You can check out the summaries as much as you want, but we hope that at the tricentennial, historians there will be able to see what ordinary Americans had to say. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And thank you. Now, I am a public opinion pollster, so I like to ask questions. If you're going to ask them of me, please make them easy.
Scott, well, thank you so much. This was extraordinary in so many ways and many levels. I'm eager to hear if there are questions. I see one there, so let's start over in that corner. Please identify yourself and wait for the mic.
Right here, right behind you. Hi, I'm Ellen Winter from Cambridge, Mass.
That's good. Just hold it
Okay.
close.
Ellen Winter from Cambridge, Mass. It's great to hear about these agreements on very general, feel-good kinds of claims, but I would wonder how those people would line up if you asked them about gun control, immigration, and their feeling about January 6th.
So one of the great things that we found is people who have different views on particular issues did find common ground. And one of the great parts of the whole process was that people told us from the very beginning that they were skeptical that they would find common ground with anybody else. Having gone through the process, they were shocked at how much common ground they found on different topics. And in fact, one of my favorite quotes from the entire process, one participant said they felt that every politician in America should be required to go through this process to learn how to listen better. Now, just to pick on one of your topics, if you talk about a topic like immigration, the way our political leaders talk about it, you can divide the country any way you want. However, for decades, 80% of voters nationwide have said legal immigration is good for America, and about 80% have said illegal immigration is bad. Those numbers have not changed. Those core beliefs have not changed. How we deal with particular issues within that is challenging. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of leaders trying to appeal to that central group.
Scott, this is so interesting because it goes beyond testing what people believe to moving toward identifying common ground, which is a different level of public engagement than a typical polling exercise.
You know, one of the ways, just to give you a clear sense, when I think of public opinion polling, I envision a deep river during a big storm. And the polls that we see about the issues today are the raindrops on the surface. And pollsters try to analyze, well, did this raindrop bounce north or south? What does it mean? If you go a foot below the surface, you don't know it's raining, and the current is moving consistently in the same direction. I think we can gain a lot by appealing to that common ground. And yes, there will be differences, but even within that, once you identify some common points, the fight gets a little less intense.
Thank you. One more question here.
What are your next steps so that more of America knows about this?
Well, I thought this would be enough. We are working to do other events in celebration of America 250. We hope to be presenting this declaration and other information at the National Governors Association meeting over the summer. This will be an ongoing effort. I think that we believe that highlighting the ideals that people share is a really important service. And so we're going to continue to find ways to do that at every opportunity. And if you have any ideas, we would love to hear them.
Well, thank you. I know there's many more eager questions to have, and we will hope that we can take advantage of your time a little later. But please join me now in thanking Scott and Spencer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Really excellent. Thank you.
All right. We're now going to move into the awards ceremony. We have 2 awards to present this afternoon for distinguished work. Our first award is the Carl Spencer Lashley Prize, established in 1957 through a gift from Dr. Lashley, who is an APS member, distinguished neuroscientist and neuropsychologist. A specialist in behavior and its neural basis, Lashley described his work as the discovery of principles of nervous integration which are as yet unknown. His famous experiments on the brain mechanisms of learning, memory, and intelligence helped inaugurate the modern era of integrative neuroscience. Today, the Lashley Award is made in recognition of work that continues his legacy in the integrative neuroscience of behavior. Bill Newsom, the chair of the Lashley Prize Committee this year, will present the award. Bill.
Thank you, Roger. It's a pleasure to be here and present this award. Our winner of the Lashley Prize is Gilles Laurent of the Max Planck Institute in Germany. Gilles pioneered neural circuit analysis by analyzing coordinated activity of single neurons that encode odors, olfactory smell, in the locus. Laurent showed that odor coding can be understood incisively by considering patterns of neural activity across the population of encoding neurons, as opposed to the traditional approach of analyzing the properties of each neuron one at a time. Importantly, Gilles discovered that the number of patterns that actually occur in ongoing neural activity is small compared to the number of patterns that are possible in principle. And this set of unique activity patterns corresponds to the set of odors encoded by the circuit and detectable by the animal. So that's a somewhat formal description, but here I'm going to attempt to translate it into quite informal terms. Discovering and understanding these patterns of neural activity is loosely analogous to understanding the conversation in a crowd of people speaking multiple languages in a bar. You can think of the galactic bar in Star Wars, right? 100 people do not speak 100 different languages. They typically converse in, at most, a few languages, just say 5, in any given gathering, meaning that the analytic problem of understanding conversation in the room is reduced to only 5 dimensions or patterns from a possible 100. The 5 patterns of speaking corresponding to the 5 languages are analogous to the low-dimensional patterns of activity in a population of nerve cells. With this discovery, Laurent shifted the conceptual orientation of an entire field, which bears fruit to this day in the analysis of neural systems as diverse as sensory coding, planning of movement, assessment of value and decision-making systems, and an organism's dynamic representation of its own location in space as it navigates through space. It is my particular pleasure to present this award to Gilles because his application of these new ways of thinking encompassed in dynamical systems theory to neural systems has inspired much of the best and most creative work in my own laboratory over the last 15 years. So Gilles, please come to the podium, and I'm delighted to present Gilles to the APS on behalf of the Lashley Prize Award Committee.
Bill, thank you so much for these wonderful words and this great summary of the work that my lab and I did over the years. It's a real great honor to be recognized by the Lashley Prize. When I look at the list of former recipients, it really reads like who's who of systems and behavioral neuroscience, and to be part of that list is humbling, wonderful, and implies a great responsibility towards the next generation of scientists. So thank you so much to you, to your committee, and to the APS for recognizing our work. I would like to add something that has to do with this particular environment and my education, and in what way that education led to the kind of work that we did. As a former French kid, well, I'm still French, but not a kid anymore, I went through, as all French kids, a year of hardcore philosophical training at the end of high school. And our program, and that was 77 or something like this, was Gaston Bachelard and epistemology, Sigmund Freud and psychoanalysis, and Jean-Paul Sartre and existentialism. And this was responsible, I think, for pushing a whole generation of French kids toward depression and deep well of hopelessness. It probably explains why we want to retire early. It's probably to get back to our bachelor and understand it for once. But seriously, a few years after finishing high school, as I was in vet school studying vet medicine at the time, I came across a book in a bookstore written by a pair of philosopher and scientists that had, in the end, a great influence on the way my research has gone on, and in particular, the research that you described. That book was called La Nouvelle Alliance, the New Alliance. I looked for it in English, and it doesn't seem to have been translated in English, sadly, although it has been translated in other languages. It was written by a physicist, a famous physicist called Ilya Prigogine, Russian turned Belgian, of a physicist of complex systems and nonlinear dynamics, and a philosopher of science called Isabelle Stengers at the Free University of Brussels. And together they wrote a book that was basically about the perspective that one should have as a scientist of large macro systems, introducing these notions of dynamics and the importance of dynamical system theory for macro systems, mostly chemical, physical systems, but some of them biological, and there's some mentions of the brain at the time in that book already. I read that book and I was fascinated by it, although it was totally outside of what I was doing. And then 20 years later, as I was then at Caltech, running my lab and doing the research that you described, when we had to deal with the complexity of neural patterns and activity distributed over time and space and so on, and trying to make sense of that, it all came back. That having a new perspective, having a perspective that was a dynamical perspective, suddenly allowed us to make sense of those data. And so I owe a huge amount to that association between science and philosophy. And I strongly believe that in many aspects of science, a perspective that is not only the data, but a perspective on the way in which we can interpret data is extremely important. And I think that this is what this society represents, and I'm therefore extremely proud to be recognized by it. Thank you very much.
Our second award today is the Henry Allen Moe Prize in the Humanities, which was established in 1982 by a gift from Moe's widow, given to honor Dr. Moe, who was former APS president, longtime head of the Guggenheim Foundation. The award pays particular tribute to his commitment to the humanities and to those who study the humanities. It is presented annually to the author of a paper in the humanities or jurisprudence read at a meeting of the Society. Linda Greenhouse, the chair of the Moe Prize Committee this year, will present the prize.
As Roger just said, the Henry Allen Moe Prize is awarded to the author of a paper that in the humanities or jurisprudence that is read at a meeting of the Society and published in a volume of the proceedings. So on behalf of my fellow Moe Prize Committee members, Brent Shaw and Michael McCormick, it's my great pleasure to bestow this prize on Glory Liu for her paper, Adam Smith's America, read at the April 2023 meeting and published in volume 165 of the proceedings. It's actually very fitting that we award the Moe Prize today because this year marks not only the 250th birthday of the United States, but the 250th anniversary of the publication of The Wealth of Nations, the book for which Adam Smith is best known, and in fact, the only book that most people know him for. It's Glory Liu's aim in her paper and in her book, on which her talk was based, a book called Adam Smith's America, How a Scottish Philosopher Became an Icon of American Capitalism, to broaden our understanding of Smith and to persuade us to view him not as an avatar of free market economics, but as a profound political philosopher with a much more nuanced view of how to achieve a just society than is usually attributed to him. Her inquiry, as I found when I had the pleasure of reading the entire book, is not so much about what Smith actually thought, but rather how Americans on both the left and the right have projected onto him their own vision that enables them to claim him as their own. And both those things can't be true, or maybe both of those things are true. The book is a work of what's known as reception history. That was a new idea to me, but once you hear it, it makes a lot of sense. It deals with how and why an original idea is taken up, transformed, and used for purposes not necessarily the author's own. It's certainly a theme with relevance today as we grapple with the many meanings of independence that was declared on this side of the pond 4 months after The Wealth of Nations emerged into the world. Glory Liu is an assistant professor of political science at Georgetown University. She received her PhD in political science from Stanford in 2018, and her book grew out of her PhD dissertation. So with great pleasure, I present the Henry Allen Moe Prize to Glory Liu.
Wow, so 2 years ago, I was standing here and I was extremely nervous and starstruck, and I am still extremely nervous and starstruck being here again. It's an incredible honor and extremely humbling experience to have been invited and then to have received the award for a work that when I started as a graduate student, I thought 3 people would care about. And it started off as a question and an itch I couldn't stop scratching. Linda mentioned that my degree's in political science, and I'm a professor of political theory in a government department, but the work is a work of history. And I never sat easily in my own field. I always felt like a fish out of water for any number of reasons. But the recognition of this work reminds me of how I felt when I was a third-year graduate student thinking, okay, I'm gonna try to do this because I care about history And I care about the ways ideas are taken up and transformed and how they become ingrained into the American imagination, and how we project our ideas back into history and revive them for purposes that are quite different from when they were originally created. That didn't quite sit well with many of my committee members or the field of political science in general. But if I, standing here now, could go back and tell third-year graduate student Glory what was to come, I would say, stick to your stubbornness, your defiance of disciplinary boundaries, and your curiosity. I think that those are things that Smith would have valued, and he himself valued, sometimes to the detriment of his correspondence. As we know, people complain that he didn't respond to his mail a lot because he was busy thinking about the division of labor. But what he did really care about was the imagination and the power of the imagination as the basis for scientific and historical inquiry. And that is something that I want to pass on to my students, that was passed on to me from people in this audience and my mentors, and something that I think continues to inspire philosophical, scientific, and historical work that we so desperately need and will continue to need. The last thing I'll say is that, yes, this is the 250th anniversary of the Wealth of Nations and the Declaration of Independence. And in my book, I tell this story about how Americans in every age reinvented Smith for their own needs in their own time. So in the Enlightenment period, you have Smith, the resource, a critical but also a valuable resource for thinking about the properties of a cultivated, enlightened mind, how to think about economic life in an era where commerce is reconnecting and remaking society. In the 19th century, he becomes the prophet of free trade and continues to be that prophet of free trade even when free trade is out of sync with nationalist economic agendas. In the 20th century, he's revived as the prophet of neoliberalism. And in the 21st century, I think now especially, we are seeing him being revived as a humanist, as somebody who was deeply concerned about material inequality, poverty, politics, and corruption. And so when I look at the kinds of conversations people are having with and against Adam Smith today, not only do I think, oh, well, this is just a continuing of this historical process of reception and reimagination that I wrote about, but also, how cool is it that we get to read Smith anew again? So I encourage you all to do that too. Thank you so much.
Okay, we come now to our afternoon intermission. At 3:30, we will reconvene with conversation between Ellen Harris and Charles Shadle, followed by the concert for the day. So you've got a nice 39-minute intermission. Please be back promptly.
Just looking right there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. As a prelude to the concert this afternoon, we're very fortunate to have with us APS member, class of 1949, Professor Emerita of Music at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Ellen T. Harris. She will be in conversation this afternoon with MIT Senior Lecturer of Composition Theory and Music History, Charles Shadle. Just to say a word of introduction about Professor Harris, she's a musicologist who is focused on the Baroque era and also vocal performance. She has a particular interest in Handel and Purcell. She's written several books on Handel, receiving the Nicholas Slonimsky Award for Outstanding Musical Biography for her book, George Friedrich Handel, A Life with Friends. Most recently, she studied Handel's finances and is currently working on a book about performance of Handel's opera. A soprano herself, Professor Harris has also sung the national anthem at Fenway Park and performed alongside, as a soloist, John Williams at the Boston Pops. So please join me in welcoming Ellen Harris, who will say a few words of introduction before carrying on the conversation with Professor Shadle. Ellen, please come forward.
I'm delighted to be here and to be able to introduce my very dear friend and colleague, the composer Charles Shadle. Before I go any further than that, however, given that we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, that we've been hearing a great deal about the birth of a nation, I want to remind you that we were not the first nation. And in fact, I'm very grateful to Brian Carpenter in the library for giving me the wording about the land on which we sit, which Patrick told us this morning was gifted to the APS by the Pennsylvania state government. But they were not the first owners either. So I would like to acknowledge that the American Philosophical Society resides in Lenapehoking, the past, present, and ongoing homeland of the Lenape people. The Society also recognizes that it has benefited from being an occupant of this part of Lenape land, now called Philadelphia. It is an organization founded literally next to the seat of colonial power of Pennsylvania, and that has many founders and leaders who were officials, even presidents, for those colonial powers that expedited indigenous removal. Sorry, I'm having the glasses issue that some other speakers have had, and I'm just going to give up for the moment. An organization founded literally next to the seat of colonial power in Pennsylvania that has many founders and leaders who were officials and even presidents for those colonial powers that expedited indigenous removal. The Society recognizes the importance of speaking about the history honestly and carrying itself forward now in a spirit of welcome and collaboration. Because of that, through our Center for Native American Indigenous Research, the Society seeks to promote research that honors indigenous knowledge, cultivates scholarship, and strengthens languages and cultural traditions. We express our sincere thanks for the past and ongoing generosity of numerous indigenous communities and individual people who have offered guidance, expertise, and opportunities for collaboration that have made this work possible. I would also like to point out that the vitrines on either side of the stage right now are full of material from the indigenous collection. That is, the vitrines have all been changed for this afternoon session. And the material is predominantly Choctaw material. And in fact, Charles is an enrolled member of the Choctaw Nation. So the materials here really are in his honor this afternoon. I hope you will take time to come forward and see some of these remarkable materials, which came as a great surprise to us that they were having this exhibit this afternoon. We're going to sit down, I think, or stand? Stand?
Absolutely.
Let's stand.
Yeah.
Rather than going through Charles's CV, I just want to tell you 3 things that I think will give you a sense of Charles as a composer. First, he was one of the 9 original members of the class for the, I'm not going to get this right, the North American Songbook of Indigenous Peoples. And that was premiered at National Sawdust in Brooklyn in 2024. And discussed, I think there was a very big article in the New York Times about it. And he was one of the original 9 members of that group. He also has come to us very recently from a big premiere in Minneapolis, St. Paul, with the St. Paul Chamber Orchestra, where he actually conducted his premiere over the entire series of subscription performances. And that was entitled Choctaw Morning. That's without a U, just by the way. And then he has the CD of his music called Choctaw Places, which is recorded by the Lontano Ensemble in London and UK, and Charles tells me is available on every possible streaming device, as well as you can order a CD on Amazon and other places. I do recommend it very strongly, and the second piece we're going to hear today is on this recording, Choctaw Aisha. So with that introduction, Charles, thank you very much. And thank you for being here.
Thank you so very much, Ellen. I appreciate that enormously. Halito, hello. And to add to the commercial that we just heard, I have to say one of the really wonderful things about that CD are the fabulous program notes by Ellen Harris. So, self-serving, but true.
The first piece we're going to hear this afternoon is the Wheelock Variations for solo guitar. One of the interesting things for me, Charles, about your music is the way in which the Western classical tradition talks to your Choctaw heritage. And you have said at one point, well, because I'm Choctaw, in effect, all of my music is Choctaw. But in fact, his music is over a range which includes, I would say, music that is primarily Western and music that is primarily Choctaw. Choctaw in Charles's music is frequently atmospheric, very landscape-oriented, and we will talk about that later. But with the variations, which is the first piece we hear, we have something that is in very much the Western classical tradition. How many composers do you know who wrote variations? We can go through the list, right? The Goldberg variations, the Diabelli variations, and now we have the Wheelock variations. And the Wheelock variations are, in a way, a Choctaw piece, but boy, that title doesn't sound Choctaw to me.
No, it doesn't. But as some of you may know, Eleazar Wheelock was the founder of Dartmouth College. And he had also established schools before that in Connecticut to educate essentially Christian missionaries drawn from local native tribes. And that also is part of the intention of Dartmouth, although only a small number of native students did attend Dartmouth in those first years. But when Wheelock Academy, and that is basically our women's boarding school in the Choctaw Nation, when it is established in the 1830s, it is named for Wheelock in honor of that. And in fact, Reverend Blight, who is one of the missionaries that establishes the school, was a pupil of Wheelock's. So Wheelock Academy and Wheelock Church, a small stone New England-style meeting house there on the site, which is the oldest building in Oklahoma, are very, very central to Choctaw identity, and the church itself has been given back to the Choctaw Nation in the last 5 years. So the piece was written to some extent to celebrate that return of this sort of very sacred space for Choctaw people to the nation itself.
The variations are based on a Choctaw hymn.
Yes. Yes, and the Choctaw people have a hymn tradition now that it's over 200 years old. It is based largely on the Christian four-part shape note singing. Modern Choctaws still read from a hymnal that is printed in shaped notes. The tunes are adapted from traditional Protestant hymnody, with the exception of about 30% of them, which seem to have been developed within the Choctaw Nation itself. The Choctaw hymnals have been published in recent years that contain music, but as you will see in the case, the earlier 19th century hymnals had no printed music, only the texts in Choctaw.
The variations themselves obviously are variations. I have to point out Charles's love of counterpoint. I think he teaches counterpoint, and I think it's something that he loves, this sense of taking a motive and then playing it in different voices at different pitches, sometimes different keys, sometimes rhythmically altered, but a kind of dialogue that is going on constantly among the parts in counterpoint. And one of the variations, and I know you have the list in front of you called Point, is actually Renaissance counterpoint. And then later on there is another variation called Fugato, which is clearly Baroque counterpoint. And so he's giving you both kinds. And that's sort of, I think they're the most classical of the variations. And then there is the variation I love, which is the Choctaw jokester, who of course, because he's a jokester, hides the tune. So do you want to talk about any of these?
Absolutely. The two most contrapuntal variations, the sort of one that explores a sort of modern take on Renaissance polyphony and the one that deals with the ideas of Baroque polyphony, are something that are very interesting to me in my work in the moment, in that I find that I'm reimagining a lot at the moment what kinds of music could be thought about, generated from these points of contact. When Choctaw people first in the 18th century went to town in New Orleans and heard French Baroque organ music for the first time, or when in some Mississippi settlement 100 years earlier they were hearing consort music, viol music in the French tradition. So all of those kinds of moments where things bump up against each other, and sometimes uncomfortably, and I want to celebrate that uncomfortableness, are very much part of my musical thinking.
And just one last thing before we hear this wonderful piece, is that it begins with a prelude. And the prelude is, at least I felt when I first heard the piece, longer than I imagined it would be. And I just want to tell you that, one, you will know when the hymn tune comes in. You're not lost. But the prelude is very atmospheric, I would say. And of course, when the hymn tune comes in and you start getting variations, it's very specific. But the prelude is not. And so I have the feeling, in part, and it's in part because we also get on the guitar knocking. So you get a sense of the sticks that are used in Choctaw, some of their music.
Right.
So you hear that, both high pitch and low pitch, being knocked on the guitar. And that only happens in the prelude and in the postlude. And it is not involved in the variations. And for me, the prelude, and I can only talk about my reaction, but for me, I feel the prelude describes the Choctaw place. And then you enter the chapel. You enter the Wheelock Chapel and you hear the variations. And after the variations, you leave the chapel and you're back out in the landscape, and you hear that in the postlude. So for me, there is this arc of what is happening and how the variations fit into the moment of the Wheelock Chapel.
Well, thank you, Ellen. It's always wonderful to hear a great musicologist talk about one's work, so now I sort of understand how it's happening. And I am happy to agree with that assessment. I hear it that way as well. And before we leave, I would like to say a moment about our guitarist, Alex Lassa, who is an extraordinary young Choctaw guitarist who took the trouble to research were there Choctaw composers, and that research led him to me, and he commissioned this piece as part of his sort of dissertation project. It's been delightful to work with Alex to sort of, for both of us, come to understand our shared heritage more deeply, and I so honor his willingness to sort of, any sheet of paper with notes I would fax to, well, not fax to him, scan and send to him. He would endeavor to learn it, and then we would get together and he'd say, well, you know, really that's not very playable, and I could rethink about it. So it's important to think, I think, in a very Choctaw way, that this is a collaborative undertaking. So thank you.
And now while they changed the stage for the second piece into an oboe or quartet configuration, we can say a few words about this. It's a single movement piece, but the single movement is in 5 sections. I think you have some information on this in your program notes. Would you like to begin on this?
Yes, and I think one of the things that you'll hear in this piece is that I have tried to sort of abstract elements that you may have heard from the hymn-like material that this piece that you've just heard is based on, an actual Choctaw hymn. But in this case, I've tried to use those kinds of ideas as a source for the melodic material of the piece. I think you'll also find your way through this piece most easily in noticing that there is a fast center section surrounded by movements that are mostly solo explorations of sound by the oboe and then the English horn. So I think you can orient yourselves quite easily in that respect.
Well, you actually now have moved on to one of the most interesting things, I think, in this piece is that the person playing the oboe in the middle of the third section switches to English horn and then plays the English horn and has a long solo in the fourth section of English horn, and then in the last section goes back to oboe. So there is this change of sound in the middle of the movement, which I think is enormously potent. It's a wonderful shift that happens. For me, again, there's a much more human feel that the English horn is much more like a human voice singing, I think. And I feel that the oboe sections are much more landscape. Again, there is a sense of that. The piece opens with these leaping intervals so that there's a fifth and then a sixth and then a 10th on top of that. And so you have this sense of big landscape, at least for me. And then, as Charles says, in the second section, you have oboe solo. And then in the middle section, which is like a trio of a minuet or a scherzo movement, but it's the trio sections where you shift instruments and then have a long English horn solo. And then there is a return at the end to, again, the bigger leaping intervals of landscape. I do think you do landscape beautifully, in fact.
Yeah, I think landscape is very important in my work, and I think as a Choctaw person, this sense of continuity, of presence in the land is very important to us all, and I think that's sort of innate within our tradition, but also most especially having gone through the process of Indian removal in the earlier years of the 19th century, the idea of sort of holding on to identity through land and our sense of relating to that land is really a sort of key concept in Choctaw culture.
I don't know. I feel as if this is a piece we simply should listen to. Is there more that you would like to say? We do need to introduce the performers, the musicians.
Yes. You will find in the main program that all of the performers' names are listed. I don't have them with me, unfortunately, on stage, but very, very grateful to the organization for putting this together, finding these wonderful players in the Philadelphia area who are going to bring Chata Aisha to life. Yes. So thanks to all.
Yes, and particularly we would like to express our thanks to Elizabeth DeVore, who just single-handedly changed the stage, and to Patrick Spero, who really did make this happen. And again, to Brian Carpenter for the vitrines. It's been just absolutely splendid for both of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please join me again in thanking our incredible performers. That was Alex Lassa on the guitar for the first piece, Christopher Correa, who played oboe and the English horn. I know the French were the allies in the Revolutionary War, but it was an English horn that he played. Blake Espy, violin, Ren Martin Doiki on the viola, and Vincent Garcia Hettinger on the cello. It was remarkable. And let us again expressly thank Charles, our composer, for that remarkable, incredible piece. Both of them. Thank you, Charles. And Ellen, thank you so much for your marvelous introduction. You enhanced our appreciation of these works enormously. Let me remind you again that in the front, if you have an opportunity, the two displays of Choctaw artifacts from the APS collection. On that side, more historic artifacts, and on this side, artifacts related to language. So please take an opportunity to see each. All of the APS members are most cordially invited to join the APS business meeting, which will begin in just a few minutes in Philosophical Hall across the way. The APS Museum on the first level of Philosophical Hall will remain open until 6 p.m. for those who would like to take advantage of this opportunity to see the exhibit, These Truths, well worthwhile on the first floor. Dinner is scheduled to begin the buffet service back here in Franklin Hall starting at 6 o'clock, and breakfast tomorrow morning will be again available starting at 7:30 a.m. Thank you all so much for a marvelous day. We look forward to seeing you this evening and tomorrow. Thank you all.